Chapter 1847. Heavenly Book Scholar, you are known as the Book of Life, able to divine everything in the world. Let me ask you something. Who will be the next Dragon Emperor? Right after Jiang he spoke, Xiao Chen's expression changed. What great ambition! Could it be that Jiang, he wants to vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? When the Heavenly Book Scholar heard that, he revealed a mocking expression. What kind of luck is contained in the words Dragon Emperor? Who would dare to casually divine it? You are also someone who knows divination techniques. To think that you would make such a request. I overestimated you. Even if I use my lifespan to divine it, the results will be cryptic and hard to understand. Jiang he said, naturally I know that. I already brought natural treasures to replenish my lifespan. Just do your best to divine it for me. After saying that, Jiang he took out a brocade box from his storage ring and opened it for the Heavenly Book Scholar to see. Pure water, white lotus. The Heavenly Book Scholar received the brocade box and no longer hesitated. You are really persistent. In that case, I'll do as you wish. The Heavenly Book Scholar gently flapped his folding fan and looked up at the starry sky. The stars in his eyes seemed to reflect on the starry heavens. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked up. He discovered that the star chart above seemed to move mysteriously. The Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes seemed to see through the mysteries of heaven. His soul landed on the mysterious river of fate. After a while, the Heavenly Book Scholar gave off a terrifying aura. It was like he had the mandate of heaven on him. Even Xiao Chen and Jiang, he felt a deep fear from the aura that the Heavenly Book Scholar gave off. The God Shadow bow in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand trembled slightly. Sensing a threat, it actually took the initiative to draw on Xiao Chen's soul energy. A pair of scarlet wings silently unfurled on the God Shadow bow's sides. The God Shadow bow took on a form that Xiao Chen had never seen before. The entire bow flowed with light, and the holy beast carved on it seemed to move. The Heavenly Book Scholar is stronger than I imagined. He is not as weak as he looks. Xiao Chen thought to himself. When I fought the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the past, the God Shadow bow did not show such a mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor was stronger than the Heavenly Book Scholar. It could only be said that the Heavenly Book Scholar grasped a terrifying taboo energy but could not casually use it. Hua! The light on the Heavenly Book Scholar's body shattered like glass, turning into countless shards that gathered in the air. What did you see? Jiang, he asked somberly, knowing that the divination results were out. Tian Su's complexion was pale and he was extremely weak. He did not say anything, only holding his folding fan and casually swiping it across the stone table. As the saying went, the mysteries of heaven could not be revealed. Naturally, the Heavenly Book Scholar would not reveal everything he saw. It was just a casual stroke, and how much Jiang he could comprehend would depend on himself. This is a saber mark that you simulated. Are you trying to say that the next Dragon Emperor will be a good saber user? Among the outstanding young talents of the dragon race, aside from the willow leaf saber, I am the next best. Jiang he muttered to himself. Could it be that the next Dragon Emperor will be Lu Riyue? In history, the dragon race did have female emperors. With Lu Riyue's talent and elegance, she did indeed have the potential to become the Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Book Scholar remained expressionless as he said indifferently, what I want to say is all in this stroke. There is no need for you to continue asking me. Thank you. Jiang, he did not bother saying anything else. He took out the subdivine crystal and handed it to the Heavenly Book Scholar. After casually receiving the subdivine crystal, the Heavenly Book Scholar looked at Xiao Chen and said, Friend, you can put away your bow, right? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put the God Shadow bow back into his storage ring. Then he walked over to the stone table and looked at the mark, entering deep thought. It was indeed a saber mark. Xiao Chen and Jiang, he were both peak blades men. They could tell what mark the heavenly book scholar wanted to simulate with one glance. However, this saber mark might not indicate that the next Dragon Emperor would be a bladesman. After the divination ended, the heavenly book scholar retrieved the subdivine crystal. Then he stood up to leave. When the heavenly book scholar saw Shao Chen, he paused for a moment before sitting down again. I will give you a word for free. Although I cannot perform a divination for you, I can give you a word. Word reading. Brother Shao Chen, the heavenly book scholar, first became famous because he read the words of the 3 princes of the dynasty. Jiang, he explained from the side. The heavenly book scholar's word reading was also excellent. Or rather, it should be said that this was his specialty. The heavenly book scholar took out paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Then he said, Please. Shao Chen picked up the brush and entered deep thought. However, he did not know what to write. After staring for a while, he dipped the brush in ink and did not stop writing. Then he wrote a word without hesitation. Moon. The heavenly book scholar looked at Shao Chen curiously and asked, What do you want? To seek peace of mind. Haha. In that case, it looks like you will not get it. The road ahead is hard to break, and it is hard to find peace of mind. The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly as he fanned himself with his folding fan after looking at Shao Chen's handwriting. Shao Chen entered deep thought. What do you mean? If one wants peace of mind, one has to be upright and bright without any shadows. Without the moon, how can one's heart be at peace? Now look at your handwriting. The writing is casual, but it is clean, decisive, and straightforward. Your eyes and expressions can lie, but your words cannot. You must have a firm and resolute character, someone who kills decisively. Now, look at your final stroke. There should be a hook when you write the word moon. However, there is none. It plunges straight down like a sharp saber, neat and tidy, looking grand and majestic as it falls from the sky, looking like a sovereign descending from the 9 heavens. This moon is like fire, watered by hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments. It burns fiercely, comparable to the blazing sun. This moon is like a saber, dazzling with saber light, pressuring with pride and sharpness. Naturally, the heavenly book scholar would not casually give a conclusion. He had his own reasoning and origins. Jiang, he felt somewhat confused. No matter how you look at it, these are all merits. Why is the conclusion so different? The heavenly book scholar replied indifferently, That is because of what he seeks. How can a heart burning, without hesitation, be at peace? How can a proud and aloof saber be willing to be mediocre, unhindered by the world? If you seek riches and honor, fame or righteousness, they are all good words. However, what you seek is peace of mind. This heart cannot be at peace. As Shao Chen looked at the word moon on the white paper, he felt slightly stunned, not saying anything. However, Jiang, he asked on Shao Chen's behalf, Is there a way to break it? Naturally there is. This moon is like fire, burning fiercely, eager to soar into the sky. It does not want to stop for even half a step. Just stay here. As long as this moon does not rise, you will be at peace. The heavenly book scholar seemed to have expected this question. He smiled faintly and casually spoke of a way to break it. As the white-clad scholar waved his folding fan, he looked very graceful. Shao Chen had not expected the other party to see so much from just the word moon. As for whether it was accurate or not, that would depend on whether one believed it or not. Goodbye. The heavenly book scholar closed his folding fan and performed a cupped fist salute, appearing extremely carefree. Wait a moment. Shao Chen suddenly said softly. The heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly as he asked, What is it? There's no rush. I will not take out the god shadow bow again. I want to ask you something. A few months ago, did you receive a young monk with delicate features and divine a fortuitous encounter for him? So what if I did? Nothing much. It's just that the little monk is not happy and wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. The little demonic monk Silver Saber? Shock flashed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. People like him, who were proficient in divination and deducing the mysteries of heaven, were the ones he was most unwilling to meet. After walking the divination path, one would naturally have a deep belief in the heavenly Tao and fate. When a calamity came knocking, nothing good would come out of it. The heavenly book scholar showed a doubtful expression as he looked around and did not see anyone. He smiled and said, "Young master, please don't joke around." Shao Chen smiled and said, "I never joke around." Bang! Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, the little monk leaped out of the bag on Shao Chen's back. Then his tender little fist instantly landed on the heavenly book scholar's face. "I ended up like this because I listened to your nonsense. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." The little monk's baby-like face did its best to make an angry expression. However, no matter how hard it tried, it still looked incredibly cute when paired with that tender little face. The little monk's tiny fist striking the heavenly book scholar's face looked more like an affectionate gesture. However, the heavenly book scholar was in unbearable pain. He clutched his head and scurried around in a sorry state, no longer looking like an elegant scholar. Upon seeing the heavenly book scholar's appearance, Shao Chen felt somewhat pleased. What he hated the most were people who deliberately mystified others and put on airs. Shao Chen felt upset, but it was not to the point where he would make a move to teach the heavenly book scholar a lesson. The little monk who had just woken up and received a voice projection from Shao Chen was the most suitable person to make a move. However, when Shao Chen's gaze fell on the white paper on the stone table, the smile on his face slowly dimmed. Out of curiosity, Shao Chen had not expected to end up with a divination that made his heart uneasy and his future difficult. He hoped that it was just a casual remark. Chapter 1848. Why am I so unlucky? Shao Chen nonchalantly spat out these 3 words. I don't know. The instant I raised my brush, I thought of the word moon. Perhaps I have a fate with the moon in my life. Many of the martial techniques I cultivate are related to the moon. The person I like has the moon in his name as well. However, such a person actually had the same goal as him. One contained a great horror in the heavenly mysteries, which could not be divined. The other did not need to be divined. He was horrifying in the first place. Shao Chen's words sounded a little awkward, but his meaning was clear. Not only could they not become close friends, but they might even become mortal enemies. The little monk's tender head appeared on Shao Chen's shoulder. He scratched his head and said in confusion, Shao Chen was not such a person. He was very clear on his own heart. He would not hide it from Jiang, even if he did not want to. Interesting. No wonder I got along so well with you the moment I saw you. Aside from the so-called mixed-blood dragon bloodline, as bladesmen, you actually have the same goal. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Next time, be gentler. Jiang He, who was at the side, gaped in shock. Brother Shao, aren't you being too calm? Shao Chen's observation was very meticulous, and he sharply noticed something else. Seeing the little monk's angry appearance, he looked very cute. Jiang, he laughed heartlessly. Big brother, are you all right? I want to be the Dragon Emperor. Pussy. Speaking of which, the 2 of you are staring at each other and doing your best to look fierce. However, there is no killing chi or will of soul infused into your auras. Is this the legendary exchange of glances? This little monk doesn't understand. Fate made fools of people. Sometimes it was really speechless when it came to the heavens. Just as Jiang he was about to speak, the 3's expressions suddenly changed. The 2 looked away awkwardly, no longer daring to look at each other. They simply could not accept this. The contrast was too great. I'm used to it. However, Shao Chen had no intention of stopping there. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, Let's go. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, not caring about what he said at all. Perhaps. The scene suddenly changed. The infant-looking little monk made the situation somewhat awkward. Xiao Qin gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. His expression did not change at all as he focused on the words he wrote. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the night sky, several powerful auras were rapidly gathering towards this place. Even so, Jiang He was still shocked. Just how much luck did it take to subdue the little monk? The little monk on Xiao Chen's back was like a cat. He patted Xiao Chen's back and stuck his head out like a curious baby. Jiang He felt stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It's not that I want to say this, but Brother Xiao, while you have the dragon race's bloodline, you're not one of the 6-colored divine dragons. It's good to have such ideals, but don't take them seriously." Flowing light flickered in all directions, and the heaven-sealing formation dissipated on its own. Then its figure flashed as it flew away. Compared to the slap that almost took his life in the underground world, it was not worth mentioning. Who was it that ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor in the end? The Heavenly Book Scholar showed a sullen expression as he folded up his folding fan and waved it a few times. That was not possible. If they fought for the position of Dragon Emperor, they would definitely become mortal enemies. As their gazes clashed in the air, sparks appeared. The path of kingship, the Dragon Emperor's throne. The little monk said in his childish voice, choking with emotion. "Ha! The little demonic monk Silver Saber. You finally live up to your name. Ha ha ha!" It was best to make some things clear in advance. If they were really competitors, there was no need to be secretive. The Heavenly Book Scholar, whose face was swollen, stood up in a sorry state. He looked at Xiao Chen and then at the little monk. This was truly an unrivaled combination. Strange. It looked like there was something difficult to say. Along the way, blood dripped from the tip of the saber, leaving behind a long mark. The saber mark vanished, and a saber light soared up like a flame, forming a light screen. However, when the Heavenly Book Scholar left the courtyard, he discovered that Xiao Qin, Jiang He, and the little monk completely ignored his existence. Xiao Qin answered honestly, not hiding anything. The two looked straight at each other. At this moment, the two, who were already very close, became somewhat unusual. Xiao Qin picked up the little monk's doo-doo and tied it up like a kitten's bell. The little monk cried out as his limbs flailed about. The combination of these two demonic geniuses was truly unrivaled. Never be surprised when you are with the little monk. Nothing unexpected can happen. This startled the little monk. He quickly stopped flailing about, lying quietly in the bag. Jiang He consoled. "Actually, there is no need to mind it. That ledger of lives is not omniscient and omnipotent. I believe that Brother Xiao will be able to achieve what you want and find peace of mind. Go ahead and do what you want to do. There is no need to stop." Jiang He revealed a mocking smile. However, he did not know whether he was mocking himself or Xiao Qin. The moment I switched the heaven-bewildering formation to the heaven-sealing formation, it could no longer stop the Heavenly Mystery Tower's great sages from divining. If there is any trouble later, don't blame it on me. When that person turned around, the scene suddenly vanished and the light screen shattered. This made the Heavenly Book Scholar, who felt neglected for the first time, depressed. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. When Xiao Qin heard that, he smiled and said, "It seems like you have an unranked bloodline as well. Get up. Stop stepping on my words." Seeing that Xiao Chen was still looking at the moon character on the paper, Jiang He asked out of curiosity, "Brother Xiao, why are you writing the moon character?" "That's not right. I am a curious baby in the first place." Xiao Chen felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. So he fell asleep and woke up as a baby. Then he leaped up and landed on the stone table. The scene of two outstanding talents fighting against each other, the indescribable hatred instantly crumbled. It seemed like Jiang He's words contained something that he could not say. After beating up the Heavenly Book Scholar for 15 minutes, the little monk's anger subsided slightly. It was not that Xiao Chun was calm enough. He was really used to it. The little monk felt depressed and frustrated. He swung his fists around, randomly hammering Xiao Chen's back. The situation turned even more awkward. Jiang He's expression changed slightly. His smile faded, and his expression turned cold, turning grave. However, just as Jiang He focused, the scene flickered. In the next moment, he saw only a person's feet walking towards the Dragon Emperor's throne. Even though the Heavenly Book of Life had always been calm and unruffled, controlling the situation with a wave of his fan, the Heavenly Book of Life was not able to do so. What do you think? So what if he vomited blood? However, he still could not change the fate of being tossed into the undergarment by Xiao Chen. There were very few bladesmen that could catch Xiao Chen's eye. There were even fewer that he could befriend. However, Jiang He was undoubtedly one of those few. The trouble that the Heavenly Book scholar mentioned had arrived. The scene on the light screen flickered. An ancient throne sat at the end of the continuous steps. Xiao Chen sat down again and looked at the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left behind. Then he reached out and caressed it. Jiang He said, "I'm different." Xiao Chen grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood, showing a pained expression. However, he could not do anything to these two demonic geniuses, one big and one small. He could only hide far away. Are you serious? However, Xiao Chen was certain that the final contenders were the three bladesmen. Xiao Chen countered. He did not want to see such a situation happen. However, sometimes he could not avoid it. Three blurry figures, each radiating a powerful saber intent, held their sabers and ran up the steps with all their might. Xiao Chen's sudden question made Jiang He's eyes flicker. After some thought, he asked, "Can we not bring up this topic?" Jiang He felt slightly startled. He instantly recognized the throne and the steps. Then he anxiously looked at the light screen. Jiang He smiled and said, "You really do not know how fortunate you are. Your physical body has been reforged, and your strength has improved further. Your future potential is even more boundless. Who knows how many older generation experts would go crazy with envy when they see you? Perhaps I'm different from you?" Xiao Chen looked calmly at Jiang He. Then he enunciated every word clearly. "I never joke around. I really want to be the Dragon Emperor. I am very clear about my inner thoughts and my goal. I will also put in a lot of effort to achieve it, even at the cost of my life. I don't care. I want to become bigger. I want to become bigger." The rage on the little monk's face did not diminish. As he looked at the familiar people around him, they all became giants. Xiao Chen put away the white paper, and the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left appeared on the stone table. Then he looked at Jiang He and asked, "You want to be the Dragon Emperor?" That's right. That's right. Why?" Jiang Shan smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Xiao, stop joking." Chapter 1849. The tune was still as gentle as before, as clear as water, as gentle and pleasant as before, as intoxicating as before. There was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death today and had offended all of these powers. That's it then. What are they doing? To think that they took the initiative to land on the smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Ordinary people would not dare to erase the might of the warship. Visible ripples spread out from the warship, looking like ripples on water, causing space to tremble. Many people with a keen sense of smell sensed an unusual aura. None of the factions behind them were weaker than the Jiang clan. His words were filled with decisiveness, domineeringness, and confidence. With such a background, many experts followed in secret, wanting to see what was going on. What happened? To think that the Jiang clan actually sent out the Purple Thunder Warship. The Jiang clan only has 3 of these warships. Practically all these factions had their important treasure stolen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen has been roaming free, embarrassing the various factions long ago. Now that we caught him, We will not let him escape again." With the appearance of the smiling daughter pavilion, many of the cultivators in the city who were watching could no longer hold back and soared into the air. Who is the ghostly shadow bandit? Could it be that the ghostly shadow bandit has always been two people? What countermeasures do you have? All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly from below. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the audacity of the two in the air. Many people could already imagine the sound waves tearing the two into shreds, their blood filling the night sky. The rage in Jiang Chen's voice made everyone shudder in fear. Jiang, he looked at the warship flying over from the west and said softly, "The smiling daughter pavilion has the deepest accumulations among these factions. However, this is not the imperial capital after all. A warship sent out by a county city cannot be that strong." Jiang, he was startled at first. Then he realized that the only way was to steal the warship. However, the murderous aura contained within was like raging waves that shook the heavens. It's the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship. The deep sound of the war drums startled all the cultivators in Soaring Dragon City. It would be very difficult for a person to escape from a warship. However, if one could use the other party's warship, the situation would be different. However, there was no panic or hesitation in his eyes. The little monk was wearing a red didu, exposing his two tender buttocks. However, he was not afraid. This lineup is truly grand. It seems that the various clans truly hate the ghostly shadow bandit to the bone. Yes, first leader. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. To the west of Soaring Dragon City, a fortress ship bathed in a jade light, surrounded by clouds and looking like the stars and the moon, leisurely approached. The night was as dark as ink, and the bright moon hung in the sky. People couldn't help but open their eyes to look, wanting to see her beautiful face. So, no one knew why the Jiang clan was so enraged that they actually dispatched a Purple Thunder battleship. In the night sky, in the north, a huge battleship burning with purple light was rapidly flying toward this place through the clouds. Although the Jiang clan is not one of the 8 great clans of our dynasty, it is definitely one of the top 3 great clans in the Soaring Dragon County. No wonder. Other than him, there's no one else who would dare to offend so many powers. Today he had made a mistake. What was even more horrifying was that they even beat the war drums. This was something that had not happened in the past few centuries. Damn, it really is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. It was as if what he said was just a trivial matter. These warships were all as fast as 7-star pirate ships. They were terrifyingly fast. An ancient Jiang character was written on the warship's bow. War drums rumbled on the warship, shaking the surroundings and sounding deafening. Be obedient and don't cause trouble. However, the expressions of those two did not change, not showing any change in their expressions. Are they sending themselves to death? Inside the courtyard, Xiao Qin looked at the warships flying over from all directions and entered deep thought. It looks like tonight is going to be a tough night. Don't underestimate the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. In terms of accumulations, even the Jiang clan cannot compare to them. Zither strings, flute, pipa, chime bells, guzheng, all sorts of musical instruments rang out at the same time. Ding, ding, dong, dong. The thunderous war drums seemed like they would knock down the lunar palace in the sky. The best part was yet to come. Another 4 or 5 warships appeared in the night sky. It has been many years since I saw the Jiang clan send out the Purple Thunder warship. It was like the 2 figures fell from the bright moon to the mundane world. Before the surging attacks, they were as insignificant as a lone boat in the vast sea. Humph! 2 sonic booms rang out in the courtyard. Xiao, Chen, and Jiang, he flew into the sky at the same time, traveling 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Normally, if one offended one of these factions, one would not be able to escape death. 2 resplendent saber lights burst out of the two's hands at the same time. Xiao Chen picked up the little monk and tossed him into his backpack, thinking of a countermeasure. Jiang, he entered deep thought. It seemed like he had underestimated Xiao Chen. This person was far more terrifying than he imagined. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, I was the one who brought the heavenly book scholar here. If we are talking about trouble, it should be me who implicated you. He could not bear to watch. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Hope. His eyes were like clear water, calm and unperturbed. It was like a startled swan, and everywhere it passed, it left behind a mist of light. In the night sky, he looked like a jade ribbon falling from the sky, drifting in the tranquil night. What exactly happened? To think that a place of pleasure like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would send out its worship. In the past, Xiao Chen had the heaven-bewildering formation, which could erase the heavenly mysteries, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. Xiao Chen could vaguely see several young women on the brightly lit worship. They played all sorts of exquisite musical instruments. Their swaying figures reflected hazy jade-green figures in the worship's lights. The problem now was not something that could be resolved by tearing down one worship. Upon hearing this roar, everyone immediately understood why they were here. Buzz! All the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene were completely shocked. This was really frightening. The infant stood on the stone table and looked up at the sky, revealing lofty sentiments on his face. I have to go and take a look. The Jiang clan's purple thunder worship was like a resplendent pearl, its burning light rivaling the moon. It's the ghostly shadow bandit. Of these warships, which one is the weakest? Xiao Chen asked. Jiang, he was the one who provoked this enemy. It should not be this weak. Anyone with a good eye could tell that the killing intent and offensive power mixed in the sound waves could instantly kill an early stage, holy venerate. Cultivators might be more agile than warships and have greater explosive speed. However, competing with warships in endurance was just seeking death. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's worship. Standing in the clouds, Xiao Chen looked down at the surroundings. The crystalline jade worship looked like an immortal boat. However, it was actually extremely fast. However, in the next moment, the sound of 2 treasured sabers being drawn was even more intoxicating than the beautiful music of countless musical instruments. This cleared up many people's doubts. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, "Snatch the worship." Xiao Chen thought back to the Heavenly Mystery Tower's divine crystal and the mysterious kidnapping of the Heavenly Book Scholar. Big brothers, don't be afraid. I'll tear down a worship and open a path for you. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the Jiang clan's purple thunder worship, echoing in the night sky. 2 people? Ghostly shadow bandit, you will definitely die today. Bang! Even from 500 kilometers away, Xiao Chen could feel the strong fighting spirit spreading out from that ancient worship. Jiang, he said somewhat helplessly, sorry I implicated you. I did not expect the matter to blow up so much. Regardless of whether it was the handsome, white-clothed young man who gave off a cold and arrogant aura, or the gray-clothed young man who had a trace of a cynical smile on the corners of his mouth, neither of them retreated at all. The people who rushed over to watch the commotion looked up. Under the full moon, the 2 figures looked like they came out of a painting. A cold snort came from the Jade Light Pavilion's worship. A pretty woman on the worship said coldly, "You are seeking death. Just injure them. None of these 2 people are allowed to die." The warships of the various factions had already locked onto this place and sealed off all the paths. Come, come, come. Let's go over and take a look. Jiang, he asked. The Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Sun-Moon Pavilion, the Thundercloud Sect, and the Jade Water Mountain Manor. They are all the top factions of our soaring Dragon Marquiate. What happened? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. If there were no experts holding down the place, it would have been overturned long ago. The gentleness was heartbreakingly beautiful. Xiao Qin could not help getting intoxicated. He only slowly opened his eyes when the song ended. What was even more horrifying was that these warships all headed in the same direction. A melodious, clear, and pleasing voice came from the brightly lit warship, sounding like the rumbling war drums. The night was no longer there, only this light illuminating the surroundings. This is just a surprise. A place of romance like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion rarely gets angry. I really wonder who could be so startling as to anger the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Since these people made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. Not to mention whether the little monk could tear down the warship or not. Even if he could, the other warships would quickly seal the gap. There was simply no way to run. It would be difficult to escape from under the noses of others. Chapter 1850. 2 strands of saber light swept out. In an instant, the ferocious, surging sound wave attacks that tore through the flood did not lose any momentum. The two infused their wills of soul and sabered great Tao energy into their saber strikes. Hence, the instant they drew their sabers, the might was terrifyingly strong. The 2 strands of saber light were like 2 blazing suns competing in the night sky, lighting up this dark world. Kill! After breaking the sound wave attacks of 100 musical instruments on the fortress ship with one strike, the two's auras flourished as a rainbow as they quickly descended towards the fortress ship. The two's thinking was very simple. The music Tao attacks were not strong in terms of sound alone. If he couldn't interrupt the other party's rhythm with a single strike, then he would lose. If they could not break the other party's rhythm with one strike, they would be in big trouble. Even if the two had incredible means, they would be helpless. In fact, they might even sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves and unable to escape. Without needing to communicate, the two knew what to do. There was only one choice, and the battle quickly and go all out. The pretty woman in the fortress ship was the headmistress of Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her stage name was once Qiuxue. Now, people addressed her as Headmistress Xue. At this moment, the 2 strands of saber light already tore through the sound waves and crashed into the fortress ship. Boom! The saber light clashed intensely with the fortress ship's shield. Amid loud rumbling, the entire fortress ship shook. Many musical instruments fell to the ground. The graceful women also felt dizzy and panicked. Ding! At the crucial moment, Headmistress Xue sat on the ship's roof and quickly played her fingers. In one breath, Headmistress Xue played hundreds of melodious tunes at a dazzling speed. The flustered woman in the fortress ship quickly stabilized her emotions. Then, she played the musical instrument in her hand according to Headmistress Xue's tunes. A song of intoxicating beauty, where can one find a bosom friend? A song of cold autumn waters, who says that spring surpasses the autumn wind. Fallen leaves fill the sky with hundreds of flowers. A song of heartbreak, flowers scatter and fill the sky. Who will pity the beauty of the red fades? A song of heartbreak. How can one recall the past from the beginning? Cutting flowers and laughing. The shadow of the lantern grows thin. Now the red conch grows sad. Can one remember the bright moon and beautiful clothes? As hundreds of musical instruments rang out again, Headliner Xue used her heavenly voice to sing an extremely sorrowful song. It's the death of beauty. This is one of Fairy Blue Lotus's legendary divine melodies. Headliner Xue is truly fierce to be able to remain calm in the face of danger. Not only did they stop the ghostly shadow fiend duo's momentum, but they also launched a beautiful counterattack. Truly amazing. This song is really nice to listen to. Headliner Xue is truly worthy of being the imperial capital's courtesan belle of the past. Sincere and skillful, worthy of admiration. As long as I can drag this out, it doesn't matter whether or not the 2 fiends can break this song. If the warships from other places surround them, the ghostly shadow fiends will die for sure. The ghostly shadow bandit mysteriously turned into two people. The cultivators below had no choice but to change the way they addressed him. Of course, it wasn't a good name. Ghostly Shadow Fiend Duo. We can't continue like this. If we do it again, the melody will become even more impassioned, and we will definitely die. The moment headliner Shue's zither rang out, she started playing the death of a beauty. Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's attacks immediately stopped. They could not break through and board the fortress ship. On the contrary, he had suffered quite a bit of injury. The sound waves injured both the mind and the body. Their internal organs suffered formless damage from the sound waves containing soul energy. This went without saying for their souls. Their clothes were dyed red with blood in an instant. Their bodies were covered in scars left behind by the sound wave. This showed the sharpness of the sound waves and the density of their attacks. They were extremely horrifying. Headliner Shue's fingers danced continuously on the fortress ship's high platform, changing unpredictably as she led the tune of the entire ship. Together with the formations in the fortress ship, she brought out the might of the death of a beauty to its limits. Right now, Headliner Shue not only wanted to stop the two, but also wanted to end the ghostly shadow bandit and retrieve the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's lost fairy basket. While it might just be an imitation, if a competitor obtained it and refined it into a similar treasure, it would be a huge hidden danger. That would be a huge hidden danger to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Just as the tune changed again, Xiao Chun and Jiang He exchanged looks, each having a plan in their hearts. Xiao Qin instantly executed the dragon tone art. The formless dragon might in his body gathered in his chest, forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment, Xiao Qin activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline, increasing the might of the whirlpool of dragon might. The winds and clouds above suddenly changed. A strong wind blew, and the formless dragon Qi formed a gigantic dragon head. The instant Xiao Chun roared, Jiang He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. On the other side, Jiang He roared at nearly the same time as Xiao Qin. However, Jiang He used a different kind of dragon tone secret technique. Compared to Xiao Chen's resounding dragon roar, Jiang He's was sharper and had a smaller range. However, it was more focused. Boom! The two heaven dragon roars merged. Jiang He's dragon roar pierced the fortress ship's shield, and Xiao Chen's sonorous dragon roar followed closely behind, sweeping through the entire fortress ship. Bang! 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 Immediately, the strings of the instruments on the fortress ship broke one by one, and the flutes exploded. The musicians all vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a huge backlash. Xiao, Chun, and Jiang He took this opportunity to land on the deck. Whoosh! Cold lights flickered endlessly. The musicians on the ship did not just sit there and wait for death. They drew cold swords from their instruments and quickly stabbed at Xiao Qin and Jiang He. The two faced their enemies on their own. As Xiao Chun circulated his primal chaos veritable essence energy, the Taiji force field appeared, working together with the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. None of the people who came to block him could last a single move. After the musicians lost their instruments, their combat prowess would definitely plummet. Clearly, they were far inferior to Xiao Chen in close combat. On the other side, Jiang He's figure became even more fleeting. As his figure flickered, he left behind many mysterious and unfathomable black shadows. He was so fast that no one could discover his true body. So, this was how he got the nickname Ghostly Shadow. Not only that, but his saber light became even more tyrannical. A tyrannical aura flowed on his saber, showing no mercy. The musicians that Jiang He injured were all severely injured, instantly losing their combat prowess. After about 15 minutes, the two stood together again. Now, only Headliner Shue remained among the musicians on the ship, standing high up. You, as Headliner Shue, looked at the many severely injured musicians on the ship. She trembled in anger. She had not expected such a situation to occur. Not only did she fail to capture the ghostly shadow fiend duo, but the girls on her side were also severely injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chun and Jiang, who were not bloodthirsty people. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. However, such a miserable situation still startled Headliner Shui. She said sullenly, "All of you have to die." After saying that, Headliner Shui took out the fairy basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's soul tool. Crack! However, Xiao Chun had long since prepared for this. He knocked an arrow and let go before Headliner Shui could. The arrow that flew out of the god's shadow bow moved at lightning speed, pinning this holy venerate Headliner Shui to the ship. The fairy basket in Headliner Shui's hand fell to the ground, no longer having a chance to execute it. Xiao Chen only sought speed in this arrow and did not infuse much soul energy into it. Otherwise, this Headliner Shui would not just be like this. She would have died on the spot. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the watchtower on the tall platform. Then he pulled out the arrow. Blood immediately spurted out. Headliner Shui's tender skin drained of all color. She appeared haggard, severely injured both in her physical body and soul. Xiao Chen raised his foot and kicked the fairy basket up. Then he held it in his hand and returned it to Headliner Shui. Startled cries rang out continuously on the ship. Jiang, he infused some energy into the many young girls and tossed them off the ship. The girls that he tossed off would not be in any danger of dying, falling to their deaths. Although the ghostly shadow bandit had stolen countless treasures, he did not have the hobby of killing people for fun. He was just somewhat frivolous and heartless. Ha ha ha! Girls are falling from the sky. Catch them! The ghostly shadow bandit laughed as he tossed the girls off the ship, eliciting startled cries from below. Damn! Girls really fell. They are the musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They are all great beauties. Quick! Quick! Pick one up and take her back as your wife. Ha ha ha! What's the rush? They are all musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Do you really dare to force yourself on them? What do you know? Don't you know what it means to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Damn! Don't block me. Ghostly shadow fiend duo. Quick! Quick! Toss a few more down. Such actions stirred up a huge commotion among the thousands of cultivators below. Thousands of people soared into the air in the night, waiting for the beauties to be tossed off the ship. Such a scene was rare to see even in 1,000 years. You are all shameless, despicable hooligans. Headliner Shui hugged the fairy basket as she pointed at the two. Tears leaked out of her poorly beautiful face as her entire body trembled as she cursed angrily. However, before Headliner Shui finished, she let out a startled cry. Someone had tossed her down as well. Stop playing around. I'll cover the rear. You go to the control room. Xiao Qin said softly from the watchtower. Then he continued drawing his bow and looked at the warship that was still some distance away. Hee, got it. Jiang, he clapped his hands and tossed the last two beauties down. Then he rushed to the control room. Chapter 1851. As Xiao Qin held the god's shadow bow from the crow's nest, he could see every warship within hundreds of kilometers clearly. Ever since Xiao Chen obtained the god's shadow bow, he had never brought out even 1/10 of its might. Even he did not know how great the potential of this bow was. The earlier arrow only drew the bow slightly. Before the bowstring was drawn, it severely injured a holy venerate on the spot. After advancing to middle stage star venerate, Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. That earlier arrow had not drained much of his soul energy. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation, so he infused the rest of his soul energy into the bow. He wondered how much might it could bring out. Could it bring out its second form, spreading its divine wings, like when it faced the heavenly book scholar? The fortress ship had already started moving. Under Jiang He's control, it quickly headed out of the city. With this fortress ship, Jiang He no longer had to fear the pursuit of the warships behind. He could compete with them in terms of endurance. Damn it! We absolutely cannot let them get away. After them! The Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship took the lead and gave chase. War drums shook the sky, and electric light shot out, illuminating the surroundings in a purple haze. A formation above the warship continuously absorbed the surrounding lightning-attributed energy. The lightning-attributed energy gathered into a resplendent ball of lightning, containing horrifying energy and startling might. The ball of lightning could shoot out at any moment. However, as the fortress ship Shaochen was on belonged to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the Jiang clan had some misgivings. If they destroyed the other party's fortress ship, the Jiang clan would not know what to do after this. So they hesitated. Before the very last moment, it was best not to release it. After all, there was still a chance to catch up. You then. While the Jiang clan's people hesitated, Shaochen did not. He drew the bowstring, and a divine figure seemed to flash in the sky. The moment Shaochen let go, that ball of lightning instantly exploded. The speed of the arrow surpassed human thought. It was as if the moment Shaochen let go, the huge and horrifying ball of lightning was struck by the arrow. The energy contained in the god Shadow Bao's arrow detonated the ball of lightning. In an instant, the Jiang clan's warship appeared in the air. The warship turned into a resplendent firework, continuously giving off fiery light. Fireworks filled the sky, filling the night sky. Only the damaged main body of the Purple Thunder warship remained, on the verge of collapse. The Jiang clan cultivators on it had fled long ago. Joy and sorrow separated. The Jiang clan's people, who came in ferociously, obtained a result that no one expected. Stop! 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 He has a soul tool in his hand. The other pursuing warships were frightened out of their wits. They were all stunned by the inconceivable scene of the Jiang clan's warship. Just a moment ago, the Purple Thunder warship was still in peak condition. How did it explode? How exactly did he break through the defense? What did he use? How did he detonate the thunderballs? It was truly frightening. The most frightening thing was that the Jiang family did not retaliate at all. Several holy venerates on the warship actually did not discover how the other party attacked and did not make a move to stop them. Tonight was destined to make everyone go crazy. The cultivators in Soaring Dragon City would not be able to forget this for many years to come. Of Chen of the Ghost of the Ling. First, they threw out the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's beauties, causing chaos everywhere. Even now it was still not over. Then they shot out an arrow and detonated the Purple Thunder warship. Everyone could not recover from the shock. Brother Shao, things are not good. The Marquis's residence's people are here as well. Jiang, he said somewhat anxiously as he controlled the situation. With such a huge commotion, it would be hard for the city guards not to show up. However, given the current situation, it would be difficult for the city guards to control the situation. Actually, the city guards had been observing in secret from the very start. The city lord's residence was optimistic about the various factions of the Soaring Dragon Marquis surrounding the ghostly Shadow Bandit. They did not mind the two sides fighting. To the Soaring Dragon Marquisite's lord, weakening some of the clans and sects in the city would not only be a huge benefit, but it would also be a happy outcome. This would further strengthen the Marquis's residence's control. That was what it meant when the Marquis's residence grew stronger. However, now that the situation was completely out of control, they had to show themselves to stabilize the chaos. Abandoned ship. Shao Chun looked around and discovered the city lord's residence's warships in every direction of the city gates. He was somewhat surprised that the city lord's residence would participate as well. Such a fight between factions did not affect the interests of the city lord's residence. Normally, the smart people would choose to watch from the sidelines. Shao, Chun, and Jiang. He immediately decided to abandon the warship. They chose the most chaotic place on the ground as a foothold. The cultivators below seemed to have gone crazy, fighting in a chaotic manner. They all asked where the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's musicians that the ghostly shadow fiend duo had left behind were. Jiang, he felt somewhat rueful and surprised. He just did not want to kill those musicians. Who would have thought that it would create such a chaotic situation? Quick! 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 Everyone, quickly give chase. Ku Yejian snatched away a beautiful musician. Don't let him escape. There is someone over there as well. Why can't I catch him? Everyone quickly look. That's Headliner Shui. She got tossed down as well. Headliner Shui, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. No one can hurt you. You bunch of beasts. Don't go and hurt Headliner Shui. When the culprits Xiao Chen and Jiang he landed, they showed somewhat ashamed expressions. Then the two changed into large cloaks and left in a hurry. They simply did not know what would happen to them after they got caught. Just thinking about what would happen to them if they got caught made them tremble in fear. At this moment, the two only wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the city quietly. Haha, how interesting. How unfortunate. This little monk cannot break his lust abstinence. Otherwise, I would have tossed one or two pretty big sisters down as well. A small head poked out of the large cloak behind Xiaoqin as he spoke in a childish voice. Jiang, he giggled and said, "You are known as the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Why have you not broken your lust abstinence yet? Don't mention this title. If you mention it again, I'll fall out with you." The little monk's baby-like face immediately turned incredibly embarrassed, turning red. "Ha ha ha. Don't mention it, then." Xiao Chen could not help smiling. The little demonic monk Silver Saber was destined to be a pain in the little monk's life. A title ruining a life. At this moment, Xiao Chen and Jiang he moved through the chaotic crowd, appearing somewhat relaxed. Trying to find the two who were deliberately hiding was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Speaking of which, Jiang he's casual action created the conditions for the two to escape from a different angle. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen and Jiang he were already far away from the chaos. As the two walked on the empty street, the originally bustling street had long since emptied out due to the commotion caused by Xiao Chen and Jiang He. The street, which could fit 10-odd horse carriages side by side, appeared exceptionally cold and empty. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's shadows stretched out on the empty street. The bright moon hung high in the cold, windy night. The two just walked like that, not saying a word. After the commotion, they returned to reality. After this parting, the two might be fighting each other the next time they met. Perhaps this would be the last time the two worked together. The two's hearts felt somewhat heavy. Fate was merciless, and fate made fools of people. Who could have imagined that the two had the goal of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Both of them bore a heavy burden that they could not easily show to others. As the wind blew, the fallen leaves on the street danced in the wind. Xiao Qin suddenly stopped walking. As he looked at the drifting fallen leaves, he entered deep thought. Sometimes it felt like a person's fate was like drifting fallen leaves. When a gust of wind blew from somewhere, one's body would involuntarily dance in the wind. At this moment, Jiang he also stopped walking. Fallen leaves should have returned to the dust. However, the merciless cold wind forced one's body to dance in the wind. The two were not sentimental people. Naturally, they could not stop because of the falling leaves dancing in the wind. At the end of his line of sight, there were rows of martial artists wearing the same style of armor, densely packed at the end of the road. These were a group of battle-hardened warriors with strong discipline. They also exuded a horrifying killing chi. The wind blew because of this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly the armor trembled. The city guards in front took the initiative to open a path, and a man and a woman walked out. When the two approached, they discovered that they were the heavenly book scholar and Lan Luo. Chapter 1852. When Xiao Chun and Jiang he saw Lan Luo and Tian Su appear together, it was not difficult for them to understand. Why did the two of them end up here the moment they appeared? This is really a big battle. We've just left the tiger's den, and we're already surrounded by a pack of wolves. Jiang he pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. The saber in his hand disappeared, replaced by a treasured saber that emanated a frightening aura. The black scabbard was engraved with dragon race motifs, looking mysterious and ancient. A soul tool. Jiang, he also had his own soul tool. Or rather, it was clearly a soul tool related to the dragon race. The supreme treasure he stole from the dragon clan was this saber? However, now was not the time to think about this. Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop him from attacking further. Why, do you know him? Jiang, he said doubtfully. After taking a closer look, he realized that there was indeed something wrong with the way the princess was looking at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. Sort of. Jiang, his grave face immediately revealed his signature smile. You're quite something. You even have a backer in the Marquis's residence. If I had known earlier, I would have just gone to the Marquis's mansion directly. There was no need to go through all this trouble. Xiao Chun swapped out the mysterious dragon race saber in his hand, and the two chatted in soft voices. On the other side, the Heavenly Book scholar appeared somewhat helpless. The cluster lord had forcefully dragged him to her side. While everyone's attention was on the ghostly shadow fiend duo, Lan Luo took the initiative to lead the city guards to block the Heavenly Book scholar. Helpless, he had no choice but to divine Xiao Chen's and Lan Luo's positions. Princess, it's best not to offend these two. Let them go. In any case, there is no direct benefit to the Marquis's mansion. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Although the Heavenly Book scholar had the bad habits of a Confucian scholar, he was not a sinister and vicious person. Xiao Chun and Jiang, his lives had nothing to do with him, but he did not want them to die because of him either. Who would have imagined that Lan Luo would ignore him? Instead, she headed straight for Xiao Chun. His footsteps were hurried, and he did not look like he was going to attack Xiao Chun and Jiang he at all. The Heavenly Book scholar felt stunned. Then he suddenly understood something. Earlier, when he read Xiao Chen's character, he said that Xiao Chun would feel at ease if he stayed here. So this was the reason. Xiao Chun, you're already here. Aren't you going to ask if I'm here? Lan Luo said softly as she looked at Xiao Chun with some hidden bitterness. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. The little monk came out from under the cloak and immediately blushed. What a beautiful sister! When Lan Luo saw the little monk, her expression changed slightly. Then she said in understanding, so that is the case. No wonder you are not willing to meet me. Xiao Chun, what kind of person do you take me, Lan Luo, for? Even if we're just ordinary friends, there's no need to be so rude. You don't even have to greet me. Xiao Chun looked a little embarrassed. He really didn't know how to explain. Ha ha ha. You've misunderstood, Your Highness. This person is the little devil monk Silver Saber. He mistakenly ate a heavenly treasure and obtained a heaven-sent opportunity to reconstruct his body. The Heavenly Book scholar walked over with a smile, helping Xiao Chun out of trouble. You still dare to mention it. Right after the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, the little monk flew into a rage. He immediately leaped out of the cloak and wanted to beat up the Heavenly Book scholar again. However, Xiao Chun clearly would not let the little monk continue messing around under such circumstances. Xiao Chun grabbed the little monk's little hand in the air and put him back. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, it was Lan Luo's turn to be at a loss. Sorry, Xiao Chun smiled and said it's fine. Is there any way? Cluster Lord, is there any way to send my friend out of the city? Now that the matter had returned to proper business, Lan Luo's expression recovered. She said softly, it's fine to send him out of the city. However, he has to hand over the treasures he stole in the city. This is what my father instructed me to do. I can't disobey him. Hee hee. No problem. Jiang, he smiled carefreely, not bothering with Lan Luo at all. Then he handed over all the treasures he stole in the city. In reality, a small part of the reason Jiang, he stole the treasures of the various major factions was due to fortuitous encounters. The bigger reason was his interest and habit. After Lan Luo stated her conditions, Jiang, he did not hesitate to do so. In any case, after avoiding this wave, if he really needed it in the future, he could just steal it back. Many thanks for Cluster, Lord's kind intentions. Brother Shao, we will meet again in the future. Jiang, he showed a smile on his face as he turned and left, not lingering at all. Now that he turned around, the next time they met, he would be a friend and not an enemy. Lan Luo knew this very well. But Jiang, he forced himself to remain expressionless as he drifted away in the night. Jiang, he slowly went further away. His cold and lonely figure disappeared into the even lonelier and colder night. Just like that, he vanished. Shao Chun withdrew his gaze and sighed in his heart. He felt somewhat rueful, his emotions complicated. At this moment, Shao Chen could not leave for now. Lan Luo had set up such a large entourage. Hence, he could not pretend that he had never been here. He felt apologetic. The heavenly book scholar performed a cupped fist salute and said, "There should not be anything else for me to do now. I will take my leave first, lest the heavenly mystery tower's people worry. Shao Qin, although my words are not pleasant to hear, they are most likely correct. Why don't you think about it carefully? Goodbye." At some point in time, the elites of the city guards had vanished from the empty street. Now, only Shao Chen and Lan Luo remained under the bright moon. That's not right. The little monk should be included as well. The two chatted casually as they walked along the street. Then, Shao Chen gave a simple explanation of why he came to the soaring Dragon Marquette. Back then, Shao Chen had come to Withered Leaf City mainly because he did not want to cause any trouble and waste time. He could only tell her the only place he knew in the Yanwu dynasty. Since coming here, he had encountered endless trouble, so he did not want to disturb Lan Luo. He only wanted to send the little monk back as soon as possible. After Lan Luo heard that, she felt relieved. However, she also felt somewhat disappointed. In that case, you're going to the Divine Dragon Empire in the end? Shao Chen nodded. If not for this little fellow, I might have already gone there. Why? Actually, you could have stayed in the Yanwu dynasty. With your talent and aptitude, the 8 noble clans and rank 7 sects would have been willing to accept you. The dynasty is vast. This is the stage for the outstanding talents of the great 1,000 realms, the powerful demonic geniuses. You can definitely make a name for yourself and not live in vain. Lan Luo felt confused. Why was Shao Chen so insistent on going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Clearly, there was still a gap between an empire and a dynasty. Could it be that Shao Chen feared the competition with the 8 noble clans and the outstanding talents of the royal clans in the dynasty? That was impossible. Given her understanding of Shao Chen, that was absolutely not the reason. After thinking about it, Lan Luo could only say that the Divine Dragon Empire was an extremely important place for Shao Chen. Perhaps it was a person or some place he was worried about. Lan Luo's words stirred up a slight ripple in Shao Chen's heart, making him feel excited. Indeed, the 4 dynasties were the dreams of all the outstanding talents of the great 1,000 realms. Only in these places could one reach the peak of cultivation, truly witness the most glorious era of the martial epoch. After several eras of development, the martial epoch was now in its golden age. As for the 4 dynasties, they held the most luck in the central great realm, attracting the outstanding talents of the various realms. All the proud people wanted to come and give it a try. As a cultivator, Shao Chen was naturally no exception. He wanted to see the true outstanding talents and demonic geniuses of this age. However, now was not the time. I will come, but not now. I have to go to the Divine Dragon Empire. Shao Chen said seriously, "It is not convenient to explain the reason now. However, Many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Lan Luo smiled generously and said, There's no need to thank me between us. Don't treat me as a friend. There's no need to stand on ceremony. No matter what you decide, if you need help, I will definitely help you. Under the cool exterior, there was a trace of affection that could not be concealed. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and did not reply. However, in his heart he added, If Lan Luo runs into any trouble, I will definitely help her without hesitation. The two casually chatted about the past and their experiences as they walked to the city lord's residence. Just as the two were about to enter, Lan Luo turned around and said with a smile, We got too engrossed in the conversation and nearly forgot about proper business. Before Xiao Chen could ask, Lan Luo continued, My father would like to meet you. The soaring dragon, Marquis, wants to meet me? This is somewhat surprising. The Yanwu dynasty had 108 provinces. The opposite sex was conferred Marquis, and the family was conferred kingship. Marquis was already the highest title in the dynasty, aside from the dynasty's king. The soaring dragon Marquis was considered a major character in the entire Yanwu dynasty. This was especially so for the soaring dragon Marquis, an important land at the dynasty's borders. The soaring dragon Marquis's high status was even more obvious. Xiao Qin did not know why such a major character wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, he concluded that it could only be because of the Cluster Lord. Chapter 1853. What's wrong? You don't want to see my father? Lan Luo asked, purposely showing a stern expression, clearly dissatisfied. Xiao Chun replied softly, No. When do we meet? Tomorrow, then. It is already so late, and you must be tired. All right. Under Lan Luo's arrangements, Xiao Qin obtained a rather unique and quiet courtyard in the Marquis's residence. This made sense. This suited Xiao Chen's preferences. This night was indeed tiring. More accurately, he had not rested since he entered the Heavenly Mystery Tower and got chased until now. Xiao Qin placed the little monk aside and lay on the bed. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. However, Xiao Qin did not feel sleepy. As he lay on the bed, leaves fell outside the window, rustling like it was raining. Those were the leaves of the ancient tree in the courtyard. The night wind had blown them off. Falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Why can't I sleep? With something on my mind, I naturally could not sleep. Xiao Qin turned to the side and opened his eyes. Moonlight shone on the ground outside the window. Xiao Chen was no longer in the mood to sleep. He remained expressionless as his thoughts wandered. Xiao Chen was still thinking about what the Heavenly Book Scholar said before he left. Although my words are unpleasant to hear, most of them are correct. Meng Qi sighed. The results of the Heavenly Book Scholar's reading of Xiao Chen's character were not very good. However, it was as he said. If it were not accurate, there would not be so many people lining up to ask him to read them. However, based on the Heavenly Book Scholar's reading of the little monk, regardless of the process, the little monk did obtain a great fortuitous encounter. Is my heart destined to be restless? The path of the Dragon Emperor was destined to be difficult. Xiao Qin did not care. What he cared about was whether he could meet Lu Ruyue. The white dragon, holy daughter, was a peerless beauty. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. In the dead of night, if one did not feel sleepy, one would inevitably let one's imagination run wild and feel frustrated. Jiang He's words also appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. For some reason, they disrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Whoosh! Unable to sleep, Xiao Chen got up and put on his clothes. Then he picked up his saber and casually walked out. Big brother Xiao, what are you doing? The little monk asked in a daze as he opened his eyes. Practice your saber. Go to sleep. The moonlight shone on the courtyard like water, adding a hazy veil to the scenery in the courtyard. Xiao Chen drew his tyrant saber and swung it casually. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He was a little anxious, a little violent, and also a little resentful and unwilling. However, the more it was so, the more exquisite and gentle the saber light he swung out became. Have a tiger in your heart. Sniff the rose. Xiao Chun controlled his mental state very well, not letting his saber technique lose its finesse and order. Even if it is difficult to find peace in my heart, I just want to have a clear conscience. Hua! As the saber light swept out, Xiao Qin gently flicked it up. The perfectly straight tyrant saber condensed the moonlight in the garden into one beam and soared into the clouds. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and soared into the air. His white hair and robes fluttered in the wind. As he danced, boundless moonlight emanated from Xiao Qin's body. For a time, the moonlight in the courtyard was like flying snow, but also like flower petals dancing in the wind. The garden was filled with fallen flowers, like a beautiful painting. Xiao Qin hovered in the air, using his saber as a brush. His body was in the painting, but his heart was outside. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, then who can understand me? Who can understand my many years of lonely persistence? Who can understand the heavy burden of reviving the blue dragon that I have to shoulder? Who can understand my determination to seek the moon? The moon was like hundreds of flowers dancing in the wind, filling the sky with falling flowers. No one appreciates this beautiful painting. No one in the painting understands me. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The painting shattered, light and shadow scattered, and the moonlight scattered. It was like a withered willow. No one pitied it, no one loved it. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, and I cannot find someone who understands me, what is the point of having a clear conscience? The night deepened and the chill intensified. Who pitied me for wearing thin clothes and facing the moon alone? Accompanied by the withered willow and the overflowing saber light, there was an indescribable sorrow. However, this sorrow did not turn into rage or hatred. One could be sad, one could be worried, but one could not be angry or hateful. Furthermore, one used the saber to create a dream, dreaming of fine wine and beautiful women. Beautiful women drank with me. Beautiful women laughed with me. There was no sorrow or worry. When the flowers fell in the dream, someone admired them with me. If one did not understand the beauty of dreams, how could one use the saber as a dream as a dream? Under the mottled moonlight, an illusory scene appeared in the courtyard. There was someone drunk, someone laughing, someone dancing in the sky with the moon. One could not tell if this was real or fake, a dream or reality. If one could not find peace in this heart, then let one enter a dream and sleep forever, never opening one's eyes for 10,000 years. However, one had to wake up from a dream. The moment one opened one's eyes, it was not the beautiful dream disappearing, but the entire world slipping away from one's hands. A boundless disappointment filled one's heart. Could one continue to tightly grasp the saber in one's hand? Buzz! Suddenly, a boundless saber hum rang out in the courtyard. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand burned with a purple flame. When the purple flame scattered, the pitch-black saber turned a dreamy purple. Like this was the true color of the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen tightly grasped the saber and swung it casually. The night that filled the courtyard scattered, and the purple saber light spread out like water. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. Under the purple saber light, a black-clad man on the wall was forced out. Who is it? Whoosh! Xiao Chen thrust a saber, and the purple light that filled the courtyard gathered into one beam and shot out. That person cried out in shock. His figure flashed, but the saber light still pierced through his shoulder. That person gave Xiao Chen a strange look. Then, his figure flashed a few times as he quickly left. The night turned hazy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was like that person had never appeared. Only the lingering purple saber light in the air proved everything that happened earlier. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and frowned slightly. However, he did not give chase. This person could appear silently, only appearing unexpectedly after Shao Qin activated the true form of the tyrant saber. This proved that this person was far stronger than Shao Qin. However, he did not make a move. Clearly, he did not have any malicious intent. The Marquis's residence was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were at least 10 people with such strength. If Shao Qin gave chase and caused trouble, it would not be good. Now that Shao Qin stopped thinking, he naturally could not continue brandishing his saber. Shao Qin went to the stone table in the courtyard and gently placed the tyrant's saber on it. Then he took out the 1,000-year flame and drank by himself. After brandishing his saber, Shao Qin's restless emotions calmed down. After a few cups of fine wine, moonlight unknowingly enveloped him, and he fell asleep in a daze. When Shao Qin opened his eyes again, piercing sunlight shone in, and his neck stiffened uncomfortably. This time he found himself resting his chin on his hand as he slept for the entire night. Young Master Shao, sorry for the disturbance. The Marquis has prepared a family banquet and would like to invite young Master Shao over. The cluster lord specially instructed me to entertain you. A slender and pretty maidservant stood outside the courtyard doors, speaking in a charming voice. Shao Qin recovered his wits and replied, "Wait for a while. I'll go over after I wash up." After tidying up, Shao Qin carried the little monk on his back and went to attend the family banquet under the maidservant's lead. Generally speaking, the grander family banquets were usually held in the evening. Since there was a family banquet in the morning, it meant that not many people would be invited. Aside from the Marquis's residence's heirs, there might be only Shao Qin and the little monk. The Marquis's residence was very large, with winding corridors, fake mountains, and flowing rivers. It was like a maze, crisscrossing each other. Without anyone to lead the way, one might really get lost in the maze, wandering around. On one of the corridors, Shao Qin discovered a group of people marching in front. Their destination seemed to be the same as Shao Qin's. However, Shao Qin could tell that many of them were just attendants and guards. The true master was the youth in embroidered clothes, leading the group. That youth was very handsome and easygoing. Shao Qin could see a smile on his face. When this youth spoke to the maidservant leading the way, he did not put on an overbearing air at all, making that maidservant feel embarrassed. Aside from this, the youth also exuded a pressing air of nobility. However, his easygoing air covered up this air of nobility, making others feel close to him. Shao Qin stopped and entered deep thought. There is nothing to mind about this person. Shao Qin stopped because he discovered a relatively pure dynasty's luck on the other party's body. The 4 dynasties occupied the main dragon veins of the central Great Realm. All those with dynasty bloodlines could receive protection from the dragon veins. The purer one's bloodline was, the greater the dynasty's luck one received. With the protection of the luck of the Yenwu dynasty's vast territory, one's luck would be much stronger than that of ordinary people. Aside from that, the nobles conferred titles by the dynasty would also receive the protection of the luck of the dragon veins. For example, the soaring dragon marquis was conferred the title of marquis, second only to the imperial prince. After all, kings with different surnames were extremely rare in any dynasty. Normally, marquis was the highest rank. The soaring dragon marquis also had this luck. However, whether one could discover it or not was another matter. That is monarchy. He was also invited to the clan banquet this time. I heard that he came specially for the young miss, wanting to invite her to join the rank 7 divine sword pavilion. The maidservant leading the way stopped and smiled when she saw Shao Qin's gaze. The maidservant seemed to understand this monarchy very well. With just a casual question, she revealed a lot of information. Based on the maidservant's eyes, it seemed like she was very fond of this monarchy. Rank 7 sects already stood at the peak of this world. Even in the entire Great Thousand Realms, the number of rank 7 sects could be counted on one hand. Even in the vast Yanwu dynasty, there were probably only a few. The competition was exceptionally intense. Even the royal family would not receive any special treatment. For Monarch Yu to be so confident in inviting Lan Luo to join the divine sword pavilion, his strength should not be weak. Without overthinking, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Continue leading the way, then." Chapter 1854. After some delay, Xiao Chun arrived at the Marquis's residence's main hall about 7 minutes later. Many people gathered in the main hall. Aside from the soaring dragon Marquis's children, there were also many Long Clan disciples, all of whom were from the Long Clan. It was clear that the Long Clan was flourishing and had many people. This made sense. As a marquis, it would be strange if the clan was not flourishing. Monarch Yu's attendants and guards were scattered outside the main hall, standing together with the Marquis's residence's guards. Monarch Yu showed grave expressions, not letting down his guard just because he was in the Marquis's residence. The family banquet in the main hall had not started yet. Monarch Yu was the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline and a noble status. However, he was easygoing and polite. His bearing and boldness were praiseworthy. Currently, Monarch Yu was chatting with a youth. That youth looked somewhat similar to Lan Luo and was also older. He should be Lan Luo's older brother. The Long Clan disciples surrounded the two, chatting happily. However, Monarch Yu dominated the spotlight. Most people's gazes landed on him. This was especially so for the many women. Their eyes gleamed with admiration, not hiding it at all. "Young Master Xiao, we have arrived." The maidservant leading the way bowed obediently. Before the maidservant left, she gave Monarch Yu a bashful look before taking her leave. The little monk lay on Xiao Chen's shoulder, looking around curiously. He looked very cute. One adult and one child entered the main hall. This immediately attracted countless gazes. Many people showed curious expressions. Aside from Monarch Yu, why was there an outsider at the Long Clan's family banquet? "You are." The youth chatting with Monarch Yu asked from afar without standing up. Whoosh! Many gazes immediately focused on Xiao Chen. The bustling hall turned quiet. "Big brother, he is Xiao Chen, the person I told you about. Father specially invited him here." Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Lan Luo stood up and made the introductions, leading Xiao Chen over. "To think that you dare to enter the Dragon Marquis's residence. Long Clan guards, take him down." A familiar figure appeared among the Long Clan disciples. This person could not hide his murderous intent as he pointed at Xiao Chen. "Longbow." Xiao Chen recalled that this person was the young marquis who had sent someone to assassinate him in the soaring dragon great world. He seemed to be Lan Luo's seventh brother. Xiao Chen remembered that he had clearly killed him. However, it was not strange. At that time, he had left in a hurry and did not finish him off. With the resources of the princess's residence and the presence of some experts, it was not surprising that they were able to save him. Swish, swish, swish. A group of guards appeared outside the door and surrounded Xiao Chen without any explanation. However, Xiao Chen did not make a move. He only looked at the youth beside Monarch Yu. Clearly, Lan Luo's eldest brother was the one with more prestige here. "Let's go. There's nothing here." Lan Luo's first brother waved his hand and dismissed the guard. Then he said indifferently, "Seventh brother, young Master Xiao is an honored guest that Imperial Father specially invited. Watch your words. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you out." Longbow's expression was quite sullen. His enemy was right in front of him, but he was his father's honored guest. He couldn't even take down Xiao Chen in his own home. "Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson." Longbow waved his hand and withdrew with a resentful expression. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I don't mind killing you again." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a huge commotion immediately broke out, shocking the Long Clan disciples. Then, The shock turned into enmity. For Shao Qin to say such words in front of the Long clan in the Marquis's residence was somewhat mocking. Even Lan Luo's eldest brother felt somewhat embarrassed, stunned for a moment. It looks like I am not very welcome. Goodbye. Shao Qin had always been a decisive person. When he saw the expressions of the others, he was not willing to remain here. Had he known that this long bow would be here, he would have rejected him from the start. However, it was clear that someone was not willing to let Shao Qin leave. Young Master Shao, please wait. Since you received the Marquis's residence's invitation, you will be too disrespectful to the Marquis if you leave now. The Marquis's residence rarely invites outsiders to its banquets. Young Master Shao, please think about it. Monarch, you said slowly as he held a cup of tea. Immediately, the many Long clan disciples burst into an uproar. It turned out that this person was protected by the Marquis's residence. He was truly too arrogant and unreasonable. Monarch used simple words instantly isolated Shao Qin. Shao Qin thought for a while. If he left the banquet, it would indeed be disrespectful to the Marquis whom he had not met yet. This put Lan Luo in a difficult position. Then Shao Qin turned around and found a corner to sit beside Lan Luo again. When Lan Luo saw Shao Qin sit down, she heaved a clear sigh of relief. Shao Qin, it has been hard on you. Lan Luo sent a voice projection. She had good intentions, but she had not expected things to turn out like this. It's fine. I did not handle it well. There was indeed no need to get angry at an existence. Like Longbow, Shao Qin already felt much more at ease. Haha, everyone is here. At this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair at the temples walked in. He was wearing armor and strode in. Father, third uncle, Lord Marquis. Everyone at the table stood up and greeted this person. Needless to say, this person was the overlord of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis looked ordinary, only exuding the might of a general. There was nothing special about him, which was rather strange. I have been busy with military matters and rarely eat with everyone. Today, there are 2 honored guests coming to the banquet. Come, let me offer a toast to the 2 of you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was rather straightforward. After indicating for everyone to sit down, he stood up and offered a toast to Shao Qin and Monarch Yu. Shao Qin and Monarch Yu did not dare to be slow. They stood up at the same time and drained the wine in their cups in one go. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your hospitality. The 2 took their seats and put down their wine cups. The banquet officially began. Delicacies that were not sumptuous but had great value were served up. At the table, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not pay any attention to Shao Qin and Monarch Yu. As they chatted, they only talked about family matters and other minor matters. Your father does not put on any airs, Shao Qin said to Lan Luo, who was beside him. However, Lan Luo replied somewhat helplessly, In my impression, he has always been like this. He is neither warm nor cold to everything. You will never be able to see the true thoughts in your heart. I can't see through them either. For example, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had clearly called Shao Qin over on purpose. However, he did not say anything to Shao Qin during the banquet. This disappointed Lan Luo, as well as a faint sense of disappointment. I heard that Monarch Yu wants to invite you to join the Divine Sword Pavilion. Shao Qin missed this topic and changed the topic. A bright light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What's wrong? Are you interested? Let's go together. The Divine Sword Pavilion is one of the few rank 7 sects in the Yenwu dynasty. Many of their disciples are powerful demonic geniuses who can rank on the martial monarch ranking. Shao Qin smiled and said, I am a bladesman. How can I go to the Divine Sword Pavilion? That's true. I nearly forgot about that. Lan Luo frowned, appearing somewhat vexed. In that case, I won't go either. On the other side, Monarch Yu looked at Lan Luo, who was conversing intimately with Xiao Qin. A hard-to-detect cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, someone suddenly stood up and offered a toast to Xiao Qin. "Young Master Xiao, you came from afar. Long Yin offers you a toast." Since someone offered him a toast, he naturally had to return the favor. After a cup of wine, Long Yin asked, "Young Master Xiao received Second Uncle's invitation at the same time as Monarch Yu. I believe you also come from a prestigious clan, right?" Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "No, I am just a loose cultivator. This is my first time in the Central Great Realm." These words caused another uproar. It was actually a rogue cultivator without a sect or sect. Furthermore, he had only just arrived in the Central Great Realm. In their eyes, such a person was simply a country bumpkin. When the others thought of themselves, they couldn't believe that they were sitting and eating with someone of such status. Their expressions couldn't help but turn a little weird. "Monarch," you revealed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, one of the ghostly shadow fiend duo who caused a commotion last night has just arrived in the Central Great Realm. The ghostly shadow fiend duo. Monarch used casual words, successfully caused the expressions of these Long Clan disciples to change again. This fellow did not speak much, but his words were filled with thorns, trying to isolate them. When the Long Clan disciples thought about it, they found it somewhat funny. The so-called monarch's breadth of mind and boldness were only S.O. Chapter 1855. The seemingly ordinary family banquet was actually surging. "Monarch, you succeeded in setting the tempo." This made everyone in the Long family view Xiao Qin with hostility and coldness. Xiao Qin found it a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. In the banquet, when Lan Luo's big brother saw the situation develop to this point, he shook his head and did not say anything. "Long Yen, while I'm not around, have you neglected the cultivation of the Long family disciples?" When the family banquet was about to end, the soaring dragon marquis looked at Lan Luo's eldest brother and asked in a serious tone, "My Long family has been famous for our bravery since the founding of the dynasty. We have never dared to forget the teachings of our ancestors. Father, you can check at any time. The disciples of the Long family have never slacked off, nor do they dare to slack off." Long Yen answered calmly and confidently. Draco nodded his head in satisfaction. A person's innate talent and comprehension are different from birth. Comprehension cannot be forced. I will never force it. My Long family can have trash bodies, but we cannot have lazy people. The soaring dragon marquis's gaze shifted to Long Yen as he continued. "After the family banquet, I will conduct an inspection at the drill grounds. Anyone who passes my eyes will be rewarded. On the contrary, I will not punish you. I will only punish you, Long Yen." Long Yen gladly accepted the order, not caring about these somewhat demanding conditions. The Long family disciples heard the soaring dragon marquis's words. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Everyone had a competitive heart, coupled with the fact that he would receive a reward from his father. It was hard for him not to be excited. Monarch Yu and Xiao Qin come along as well. The soaring dragon marquis invited as he looked at Xiao Qin and Monarch Yu. His tone was relaxed and seemed easygoing, but there was a hint of irrefutability in it. "My pleasure. My father has always told me that the soaring dragon marquis has a strict upbringing. After standing in the north for so many years, I definitely have to take a good look." Monarch Yu smiled faintly and dealt with the situation easily. Xiao Qin thought for a while. He was prepared to leave after the family banquet. The soaring dragon marquis's invitation put him in a difficult position. "Xiao Qin, Luo told me about your matter. I contacted the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot last night. They will send people to bring little monk Yen Qin back. At the same time, they will convey my thanks to you. The Hidden Spirit Temple owes you a favor." The soaring dragon marquis seemed to have guessed what Xiao Qin was thinking. "Hua, These words immediately shocked the disciples of the Long family, and they revealed expressions of extreme disbelief. Monarch Yu's words had already caused their impression of Shao Qin to plummet. They now felt that he was just a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the central great realm. He didn't belong to any sect, so there was no need to treat him too well. There were too many people like this. In the entire Great Thousand Realms, everyone took pride in being in the central great realm. This was the center of the martial epoch. The 4 dynasties and the many empires dominated the direction of the entire martial epoch. As the descendants of the Yenwu dynasty's soaring dragon marquis, they were very proud. There was no need to criticize them. After all, they had the capital to do so in the first place. After leaving the central great realm, no matter where they went, they would receive the highest treatment. However, the soaring dragon marquis's casual words made them flabbergasted. The abbot of the Buddhist sect's hidden spirit temple, who did not care about worldly matters, actually said that the hidden spirit temple owed Shao Qin a favor. Not to mention how strong the abbot was, the hidden spirit temple itself was an existence that surpassed rank 7 sections. Its history was even longer than that of a dynasty. To think that such a holy land owed Shao Qin a favor, how could they not be shocked? At the same time, they felt dissatisfied in their hearts. How could such a person make the hidden spirit temple owe him a favor? Everyone here was a proud person. When they suddenly heard these words, they could not help feeling competitive. Even Monarch Yu's calm expression changed slightly. As he looked at Shao Qin, his expression turned strange. Master is coming? Hee, this is really great. The little monk had been looking at the good wine and dishes on the table, but could not eat them, only salivating. When the little monk heard this, he felt pleasantly surprised and excited. Under such circumstances, Shao Qin could not refuse, so he could only agree. The family banquet came to an end. The group arrived at the Marquis's residence's drill ground. The drill ground required an extremely vast area. It was normally used for the army to gather soldiers, so it was a military location. It would be more accurate to describe the drill ground of the Marquis's residence as a drill ground. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis guarded this area. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was not only a marquis, but also a general appointed by the royal clan, guarding the borders. Everyone in the Long clan was used to calling this drill ground a drill ground because of the Soaring Dragon Marquis's character. During this time, Long Yen purposely slowed down his pace, walking together with Shao Qin. Shao Qin, do you know why my father specially invited you to the family banquet? Shao Qin had long noticed that something was strange. If Shao Qin wanted to meet him, it would have been better if they met in private. There was no need to meet at the family banquet. However, Shao Qin did not care, so he did not ask. Now that Long Yen was willing to answer, it was naturally for the best. Brother Long, please enlighten me. Long Yan's gaze fell on Monarch Yu. At this moment, Monarch Yu was saying something to Lan Luo. Monarch Yu's expression looked very sincere. However, Lan Luo did not respond warmly. Monarch Yu. That's right. It is Monarch Yu. He is the son of a duke, a relative of the royal clan, and holds a noble status. His comprehension ability is even more incredible. He has an amiable character and a good reputation. After that, there is no after that. Long Yen smiled faintly and did not say anything more, leaving directly. This made Shao Qin feel even more suspicious, causing him to frown slightly. Big brother, this fellow must be doing this on purpose, leaving things halfway. Is there anything more annoying than this? The little monk said, feeling aggrieved. Shao Qin said softly, do whatever you want. I'll deal with it when it comes. I won't be staying here for long. After sending you off, I'll leave immediately. Shao Qin was very open about many things now, not caring about them. When Shao Qin arrived at the drill ground, the Long clan disciples eagerly searched for suitable weapons and started practicing. Long Yen accompanied his father, watching the performance of the Long Clan disciples below from the tall platform. The Long Clan disciples were indeed extraordinary. Xiao Qin looked around. The weakest was an early stage, star venerate. Many of them were even late stage, star venerates. As for that Long Yen, Xiao Qin guessed that he had already broken through the shackles of a star venerate due to his older age. After becoming a holy venerate, he would be an outstanding talent among the outstanding talents of the Long Clan. While in the drill ground, Xiao Qin surprisingly discovered a shooting range. Several Long Clan disciples were drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The setup of this shooting range was very complicated. There were formations on the ground, either increasing gravity or creating a weightless environment, testing the strength of the archers. In the depths, one could easily simulate all sorts of harsh environments. The starry heavens, a forbidden sea, a land of lava, and a 5,000-kilometer-long glacier. Excellent archery. He reached the 10th ring again. Incredible. Third brother truly lives up to being the top archer of our Long Clan disciples. His archery skills are becoming increasingly exquisite. Even under 20-fold gravity and 10 kilometers away, he can still firmly hit the 10th ring. The Long Clan disciples surrounded a youth, praising him. Just at this moment, Monarch Yu and his subordinates walked over. The group immediately egged on Monarch Yu to shoot an arrow as well. The royal bloodline requires one to be proficient in the 6 arts from a young age. Monarch Yu's archery skills must be extraordinary. Right, Monarch Yu, let us broaden our horizons, Long Hua said. Long Hua, Lan Luo's third brother, also said in admiration. Monarch Yu said softly, my skills are insignificant. How could I dare to embarrass myself? Feng Tian, show the Long Clan disciples what you are capable of. Yes. A subordinate walked out from behind Monarch Yu and took a bow from Long Hua. Then he stood still and casually shot an arrow. A piercing sound soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds that swept through the entire drill ground, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! With this arrow, the target, which was made of divine material, was directly shattered. The tail of the arrow continued to buzz as it landed 10 kilometers away. The second target also hit the 10th ring. This small display of skill immediately shocking everyone. Sorry, I damaged your Long Clan's target. Feng Tian appeared somewhat arrogant as he returned the bow to the somewhat distracted Long Hua. As he held the bow, he felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Earlier, Monarch Yu said that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant. How could he dare to embarrass himself? However, a random subordinate easily defeated Feng Tian. Wasn't Feng Tian saying that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant, yet he dared to embarrass himself? The other Long Clan disciples could not empathize with Monarch Yu. They only felt even more admiration for him. For a follower to have such archery skills, it was truly amazing. Monarch Yu smiled faintly and headed to the other areas of the drill ground. The group of Long Clan disciples quickly followed. Long Hua was the only one left in the empty shooting range with a bitter expression on his face. Just as Long Hua felt somewhat depressed and wanted to leave, he discovered that another person had appeared at the shooting range at some point in time. Xiao Qin held the Long Clan's special goose dragon bow and drew the bowstring, testing it out. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qin was not an expert archer. He had not learned it properly, either. His skills were all unorthodox. This was Xiao Qin's first time at a proper shooting range, so he was not used to it. When Long Hua saw Xiao Qin's skills, he smiled. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Qin was a novice. Indeed, when Xiao Qin shot his first arrow, the gravity pulled it down midway, causing it to wobble and fall to the ground. To think that you dare to embarrass yourself with such skills. Long Hua mocked and turned to leave. However, just as Long Hua was about to leave, he heard a dang sound. This was the sound of an arrow hitting the bull's eye. Long Hua was very familiar with this sound. Long Hua immediately turned around and discovered that Xiao Chen's second arrow had hit the bull's eye. The little monk stood at the side, clapping and cheering. Dang! 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 After familiarizing himself with the Long clan's special goose dragon bow, Xiao Chen hit the bull's eye with every arrow. The first arrow stuck to the tail of the second arrow, piercing through it before hitting the bull's eye. All 10 arrows hit the bull's eye smoothly and smoothly. When Long Hua saw the scene, he said with a sullen expression, "Disgusting. Your archery skills are clearly excellent, yet you pretend to be a novice before me. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, making fun of me. You are indeed narrow-minded and extremely shameless. Haha, little benefactor, you are really stupid. The person who defeated you was the one who hid his strength. What does that have to do with my big brother? This is just my big brother's first time at the shooting range, and is not used to your Long clan's standard bow." The little monk said with disdain, "What do you mean?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Chapter 1856. Facing Long Hua's confusion, the little monk smiled and said, "You are indeed stupid. Look, who are the 2 people by his side now?" Long Hua looked at Monarch Yu doubtfully and saw that the 2 people by Monarch Yu's side had changed. The place where the Long clan disciples practiced their spear techniques was where Monarch Yu came. With Monarch Yu's arrival, that place immediately became the most bustling place in the drill ground. Not only did the Long clan disciples gather there, but even the guards and guards of the Marquis's residence went over to join in the excitement. Another busybody encouraged Monarch Yu to show off his skills. Monarch Yu said a few humble words, but still did not make a move, letting his follower show off his skills. That follower did not look shocking. However, his spear techniques were amazing. Even the best spear technique among the Long clan disciples did not last more than 10 moves against that follower. Many of the Marquis's residence's guards were itching to challenge him. However, they could only show off that follower's exquisite spear techniques. Long Hua exclaimed in shock, "What incredible spear techniques! This is..." Monarch Yu simply could not figure out what was going on. Given his intelligence, it was indeed somewhat shocking for him to figure this out. The little monk's baby-like face showed disdain as he said, "Can't you tell? This monarch has many capable people under him. That person who competed with you earlier is someone with excellent archery skills, much stronger than you. He must have prepared this. Otherwise, do you think that just anyone's archery skills are that scary?" "Why?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Monarch Yu found an expert archer to trample on him for no reason. Initially, Long Hua did not believe it. However, when he saw Monarch Yu casually walking around the drill ground, he inadvertently displayed a strong follower. The little monk frowned and looked up at Xiao Chen, who was beside him. Then he asked in a daze, "Big brother, why?" Dang! Xiao Chen hit the bull's eye again. He felt that this drill ground was rather useful. If he were to cultivate here for a month, his mediocre archery skills should be able to improve by leaps and bounds. If he found a good teacher from the Marquis's residence to teach him, he might even become an expert archer. "Little brat, it turns out that you don't know either," Long Hua muttered. Long Hua mumbled to himself as he came to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Why exactly?" Xiao Chen placed the goose dragon bow on the table at the side and glanced at Monarch Yu. There was a hubbub of voices on the other side, and it was extremely lively. Cheers could be heard from time to time. "Anticipation, I guess." "What?" Xiao Chen explained, "There are thousands of people on the drill ground, including the Marquis Mansion's family warriors and the disciples of the opposite sex. When everyone wanted to see Monarch Yu's strength, he did not make a move. It's better to let your followers attack, to shock the crowd and lure them away. The more you want him to make a move, the more he refuses to make a move. He's only letting his follower provoke everyone's interest. What do you expect in your heart now?" Long Hua replied without even thinking, "Naturally, I want to see Monarch Yu's own strength." Even his followers are so powerful. As the master, he must be even stronger. That's right. Right now, he's trying to create this kind of anticipation and provoke your expectations to the extreme. Actually, do you have some other kind of anticipation in your heart? Since your follower is so powerful, you might not be as powerful. You want to see him make a fool of himself. Xiao Chen remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. However, he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Long Hua said somewhat embarrassedly, indeed a little. I lost so miserably. Naturally, I feel somewhat unconvinced. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, don't think that way. Otherwise, when he makes a move later, you will feel even more despair. This is the effect that he wants. When everyone's emotions are at their peak, he will pretend to make a move reluctantly. When he makes a move, he will shock everyone and make the others' respect for him reach new heights. It might even make them despair of being undefeatable, feeling respect in their defeat. That's impossible. Long Hua felt somewhat incredulous. Xiao Chen's words had a huge impact on him. His pure heart could not accept this. This was simply too complicated. Right now, Long Hua felt somewhat dizzy. The little monk, who was not even taller than Xiao Chen's calf, rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. Big Brother is really smart. He immediately figured out the crux of the problem. This monarchy is also incredible. I can try using this move in the future. Long Hua's expression did not fade. He still did not believe it, or perhaps he was unwilling to believe it. He said, just to stand out, he wants to trample on all of us first. Why not? In the same era of the martial epoch, only the most resplendent star will be remembered by the later generations. The other stars can only adorn the night sky, making it even more resplendent and dazzling, making people feel even more respect and admiration. This is how the path of the martial epoch is. Isn't it the same in reality? Xiao Chen said indifferently, right now, you are just unlucky to be in the same drill ground as him. However, will there really be people who think that way and then do it? Long Hua thought about it carefully. If that was really the case, this person was too shrewd and scheming. Even after being purposely used as a stepping stone, he was still willing to worship the other party. A general success is built on 10,000 bones. This has been the case since ancient times. While this sentence seems very far away from us, in reality it is happening all the time. To achieve one's goal, a few tricks and a few stepping stones are nothing. Every day, every hour, every moment, there are people who become stepping stones for others. Dang! Xiao Chen drew back the bowstring, and the arrow struck the bullseye again. Then he revealed a faint smile on his face. I can increase the gravity now. With my veritable essence energy, I can control the gravity by 20 times. If it were the Soul Slayer bow, Xiao Chen would have no problem reaching the level of the archery expert under Monarch Yu. When Long Hua heard what Xiao Chen said, he felt his hair stand on end. Is this world really that scary? However, what is his purpose? Why is Monarch Yu doing this? Long Hua could not help asking. He already doubted Xiao Chen's words, so he could not help asking. Xiao Chen looked at the tall platform. The Marquis Long Yan and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence could not help looking at Monarch Yu. It could not be helped. Nearly all the thousands of people in the drill ground gathered where Monarch Yu was. Monarch Yu looked very handsome and valiant. He held a noble status, but he was neither arrogant nor proud. Just his subordinates could make people applaud and praise him endlessly. If the people in the drill ground did not pay attention to him, who would they pay attention to? Could it be those lonely, lost, or disappointed stepping stones in the corners? Compared to the cheerful Monarch Yu, who had a gloomy expression and was dispirited and full of negative energy, who would they pay attention to? The answer went without saying. Xiao Chen thought about the excited Long clan disciples at the family banquet. At this moment, the outstanding talents among them were all like Long Hua, dispirited and dissatisfied. It was not that they were not outstanding enough. It was just that they ran into the even more outstanding Monarch Yu. This was originally a drill prepared for them. With Monarch Yu's means, the main character changed, becoming Shao Qin himself. This allowed the soaring Dragon Marquis and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residents to focus their gazes on him. They had somewhat forgotten the original purpose of this drill. After Long Hua heard what Shao Qin said, he could not say that he understood everything. However, he understood Shao Qin's words. However, Long Hua still felt dubious in his heart. He felt that what Shao Qin said was too shocking, somewhat unrealistic. "Brother Shao, your archery skills are pretty good." Suddenly, Monarch Yu, who was in the crowd in the distance, seemed to have discovered Shao Qin by accident. Following Monarch Yu's gaze, the gazes of the drill ground immediately shifted to Shao Qin. As Monarch Yu spoke, he walked over naturally, and the others quickly followed. "Monarch Yu, show us your skills." It was unknown who shouted that, but the cultivators following Monarch Yu instantly erupted. Right. Monarch Yu, you possess the royal clan's bloodline. You are definitely skilled in the 6 arts, and your archery skills must be extraordinary. Show us your skills. Let's see how exquisite the royal clan's archery skills are. Show us your skills, then. After watching Monarch Yu's subordinates make a move several times, these people were already anticipating Monarch Yu to truly show off his strength. Monarch Yu thought for a long time. Then he said with some difficulty, "Archery is indeed not my specialty. If I make a fool of myself, please forgive me." Good. The crowd was excited. Monarch Yu was finally going to make a move. The many Long Clan disciples and generals all felt excited. "Brother Shao, if you don't mind using the bow in your hand, right?" Monarch Yu asked softly, showing a humble attitude. Shao Qin showed a calm expression as he casually handed the goose-dragon bow to the other party. Then he slowly pushed it away. Only Long Hua's heart was surging with waves. He was incomparably shocked, completely stupefied, unable to say a single word. It really was as Shao Qin said. This was the exact same script. It looked like there were no openings. Under the crowd's instigation, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat helpless and unwillingly made a move. "I am not trying to show off on purpose. You all forced me to. What kind of cultivation realm is this? This is simply inconceivable." However, Shao Qin had seen through everything long ago. Long Hua felt curious. If Monarch Yu knew that Shao Qin already knew everything he did, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 1857. Monarch Yu received the bow and arrow from Shao Qin. Then he said indifferently, "Increase the gravity to 40-fold." Hua. His casual words immediately caused everyone to exclaim in shock and suck in a cold breath. Long Hua was slightly surprised. He had practiced archery for many years and naturally knew the difference between 40 times gravity and 20 times gravity. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was far more than just double. 20 times the gravity was already exaggerated enough, and it was the strict requirement of the Marquis's residence. The other clans and powers generally only had 10 times the gravity for their basic training. If Long Hua's archery skills were placed anywhere else, he would receive unanimous praise. However, Monarch Yu's actions were truly terrifying, especially for such an expert. Archers who knew the difference between 20 times gravity and 40 times gravity would be even more shocked. Even some of the generals who followed the soaring Dragon Marquis on the high platform felt slightly startled. They said softly, "Lord Marquis, if Monarch, you can hit the 10th ring with this arrow, his archery skills will rank within the top 10 in our army. Most importantly, he is still so young. It is indeed terrifying. You are a relative of the Emperor and enjoy a hereditary title of nobility. To be able to not be arrogant or rash, and to be able to settle down and cultivate, that's the rarest thing." Monarch Yu's performance One praise from the Marquis's residence's upper echelon. Lan Luo, who sat beside Long Yan on the high platform, looked over with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Qin felt that this monarch you seemed to be purposely making life difficult for Xiao Qin. When he saw Xiao Qin shooting arrows, he purposely wanted to outdo him. Luo, what do you think of monarch you? The soaring dragon marquis did not reply to his subordinate. Instead, he turned his head and spoke to Lan Luo, a doting look in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lan Luo replied simply, "There is nothing to say about his strength and talent. What does father think?" The soaring dragon marquis smiled faintly but did not say much. "Just keep watching. The show has just begun." Long Yen pondered over his father's words in his heart. He was somewhat unable to grasp and did not quite understand. Monarch Yu drew his bow on the drill ground, holding his breath and focusing. "Let go." The arrow was invisible, and under 40 times the gravity, it hit the bullseye that was 10,000 meters away. Wang, the tail of the arrow, trembled. Monarch Yu successfully made his debut, stunning the entire place. Under 40-fold gravity, late-stage star venerate experts would find it hard to bring out their advantage in speed. Even holy venerates would inevitably be affected, unable to bring out their full strength. However, even so, Monarch Yu used the ordinary goose dragon bow to firmly hit the bullseye 10 kilometers away. Monarch Yu handed the bow to Xiao Qin. Then he smiled softly and said, "Brother Xiao Qin, are you interested in competing? For Brother Xiao to obtain the hidden spirit temple's favor, you must have something extraordinary about you." "Yes, one round. At this moment, Monarch Yu had just received cheers from everyone. Many Long Clan disciples immediately seconded his suggestion. During the family banquet, the Long Clan disciples had already been hostile to Xiao Qin. Now, Monarch Yu was willing to stand up for them. Being able to improve further and see Monarch Yu's strength was indeed a good thing. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Long Bo seized the opportunity to mock Xiao Qin wantonly. Xiao. Instantly, countless gazes in the drill ground landed on Xiao Qin. Some of these gazes were filled with disdain, some with mockery, and some with cold smiles. This made one feel unbearably lonely. Monarch Yu had already succeeded in isolating Xiao Qin in the Marquis's residence. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin's mental fortitude was far beyond what this group of people could imagine. He said indifferently, "It is not impossible to compete with me. How much do you have to bet?" "Bet?" Monarch Yu rejoiced in his heart. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he said, "If I lose, I will agree to any one of your requests." "Deal." Xiao Qin had his own plans. After thinking for a while, he chose to agree. Seeing Xiao Qin agree, Monarch Yu could not help laughing maniacally in his heart. "I finally got this opportunity to make you agree. What do you want to compete in? Just say it. As long as you can win in any one of them, it will be considered my loss. However, if you lose, you have to agree to one of my requests." Monarch Yu exuded strong confidence as he exuded the might of a ruler. The formless dragon luck covering Monarch Yu's head spread out together with this dragon might. The tyrannical might of a ruler immediately turned ancient, distant, and noble. It was like an epic, shocking everyone. It was like in that instant, everyone felt like they were not facing Monarch Yu alone, but an insignificant corner of the ancient dynasty. The aura that Monarch Yu gave off was incredibly horrifying. The sudden appearance of the dynasty's might forced the people near Monarch Yu to move back, not daring to look at him directly. The might of the dynasty. In the end, Monarch Yu is the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline. When he gets serious, he looks completely different. Many people felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Now, they looked at Monarch Yu with some respect. As Xiao Qin observed in secret, he deeply felt the vastness and ancientness of a dynasty. This Monarch Yu had used less than a 10,000th of it, and he already had such a terrifying deterrence. The accumulations of a dynasty were indeed horrifying. At the same time, Xiao Qin thought to himself, this monarch is overly serious. Could it be that everything he did was to trample on me before everyone? In what way did I provoke the other party to be so wary? With this thought, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave, and he could not help getting serious. If this monarch wanted to use Xiao Qin as a stepping stone for himself like the others, then he would have found the wrong person. In that case, he would have found the wrong person. Xiao Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he said indifferently, I think that monarch Yu's archery skills are pretty good. Let's compete in archery. Let's see whose archery skills are better. This person really overestimates himself. Monarch Yu showed off a little earlier. Even under 40-fold gravity, he could still easily hit the bull's eye. Clearly, he was holding back. Yet he took the initiative to compete with Monarch Yu. Did a donkey kick him in the head? He is really stupid. Haha. All sorts of disdainful voices could be heard. Many of the Long family's disciples and the Marquis's mansion's guards looked at Xiao Qin. They all felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Qin had already casually mentioned Monarch Yu's strong suit. Competing with me in archery? Monarch Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, as you wish. Men, increase the gravity tenfold. Boom! In the shooting range, the gravity reached a frightening 50 times, and the space around them began to distort. Under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to hit the bullseye. What was even more difficult was that the slightly distorted space. If the arrow wanted to pass through it, it would have to hit the bullseye. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. What a great monarch Yu! If he can still hit the bullseye under 50-fold gravity, his talent in archery is truly terrifying. Monarch Yu's actions startled everyone. Under 50-fold gravity, even a holy venerate would find it hard to escape easily. If he could hit the bullseye in this situation. In other words, Monarch Yu possessed the strength to kill a holy venerate. Monarch Yu held up the goose dragon bow and shouted. Then he drew the bowstring, and the dynasty's might soared continuously. Boom! The dynasty's might eventually turned into a golden dragon chi and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. The clouds no longer existed, and a sky full of stars suddenly appeared in this bright and clear world. When one looked up, one could see a sky full of stars. Using the dynasty's might to support himself, Monarch Yu cleared away the clouds in the sky. This resulted in a mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night. Countless stars flickered in the clear sky. The sky full of stars looked exceptionally bright from the central great realm. What is the center? I am the center of the universe. The great 1,000 realms originate from me. The boundless astral regions all revolve around me. At this moment, Monarch Yu on the drill ground gave off a light that said, I am the only one in the vast sea of people. Everyone regards me as the center. Whoosh! Monarch Yu suddenly let go, and the stars in the sky gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight descended and drifted down. The arrow that Monarch Yu shot out was like a rainbow piercing the sun, turning into a resplendent beam of light. The arrow swept everything in its path, undefeatable. The twisted space did not affect it at all. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. The target made of precious divine materials was shattered. The target made of precious divine materials shattered without any suspense. The entire drill ground trembled slightly under the aftermath of this arrow. Many of the weaker cultivators were horrified by the remnant might. Monarch Yu's entire body shone with resplendent light, looking like a sovereign. His long hair fluttered, and starlight surrounded him. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and tossed the goose dragon bow rudely at Xiao Qin. Then he said coldly, How are you going to compete with me in archery? I want to see how you can defeat me. Whoosh! Xiao Qin caught the bow. The force contained in it shook the surroundings and kicked up a strong wind. Everyone felt Monarch Yu's rage and disdain. At this moment, Monarch Yu's aura reached its peak since he entered the Marquis's residence. Clearly, it was Monarch Yu who was being rude. However, everyone felt that Xiao Qin should not have provoked him. Monarch Yu's archery skills were already very strong, yet he purposely challenged this. He was simply seeking death. "How can I defeat you?" Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he already had a plan on how to win. Chapter 1858. Since Xiao Chen was the one who suggested archery, he naturally had absolute confidence in defeating his opponent. The light from Monarch Yu's body slowly faded, and the clouds in the sky slowly gathered. The scene of the blazing sun shining together with the stars disappeared. Everyone stared at Xiao Qin, who had retrieved the goose dragon bow. They wanted to see how capable he was to defeat Monarch Yu. Of course, aside from Lan Luo and the soaring dragon Marquis, no one else in the drill ground felt that Xiao Qin could win. Even Long Yan, who thought highly of Xiao Qin, shook his head in his heart. Xiao Qin was of the royal bloodline, the son of a grand duke. The moment he made a move, he would receive the protection of the dragon's luck. Furthermore, he could enjoy the resources of the royal clan. Monarch Yu's conditions and starting line were truly enviable. Even though Long Yan was the eldest son of the soaring dragon Marquis, he could only be envious and could not compare. More importantly, the arrow that Monarch Yu shot was indeed startling, inspiring lingering fear in everyone. Even a regular holy venerate would not dare to take this arrow lightly. Long Yan, who knew why Monarch Yu wanted to trample on Xiao Qin, could not help worrying for him. "What's wrong? Do you not dare to? Or are you too ashamed to make a move?" Joy flashed in Longbow's heart. When he thought about how Xiao Chen would embarrass himself in front of everyone, he could not help mocking him. "Haha, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat. Losing to Monarch Yu is not embarrassing. After all, he is a relative of the royal clan. A country bumpkin like you cannot compare to him." That's right. To think that he really dares to compete with Monarch Yu. If it were me, I would just admit defeat. Given Monarch Yu's demeanor, he would not make things difficult for him. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the drill ground. Most of the Long clan disciples had already been subdued by Monarch Yu's demeanor. Now that they saw Monarch Yu's stunning display, they already felt great admiration for him. Furthermore, Monarch Yu left a good impression on everyone. Nearly everyone stood on Monarch Yu's side, smiling as they told Xiao Qin to admit defeat. The voices of people surrendering rose and fell like waves in the sea. If it was an ordinary person, under such intentional isolation, a flaw would have appeared in their mental state a long time ago, and it would be difficult for them to maintain their calm. However, Xiao Chun was very intelligent. Furthermore, he had seen through Monarch Yu's tricks long ago. In the end, the person he would trample on would be himself. Naturally, there was no change in his expression. He said softly, "If there is really an undefeatable enemy, it is not a big deal to admit defeat and admit one's inadequacies." When Monarch Yu heard that, he smiled faintly. Then he said in a gentlemanly manner, "Brother Xiao is rather tactful. Since you already admit defeat, then the bet is voided. Just do something small for me. Are you deaf or are you out of your mind? My big brother is laughing at you for overestimating yourself. It's far from enough to make him admit defeat. You can't even tell this? You really have a low IQ. What kind of bullsh *T royal prince are you?" Hee. The little monk who was lying on Xiao Chen's shoulder rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Monarch Yu's harsh words, coupled with the little monk's mischievous face, angered him somewhat. This was especially so when Monarch Yu said hee at the end. He nearly lost control of his demeanor. Just as Monarch was about to say something, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. An arrow silently pierced through the distorted space and struck the bull, 10 kilometers away. Compared to Monarch Yu's arrow, which had a huge momentum and vast monarch might, the one that could reverse day and night, the arrow shook the world. Xiao Chen's arrow appeared rather ordinary. He drew the bowstring, released it, and the arrow flew out, hitting the bullseye. It was like the distorted space in front of him and the 50-fold gravity were just decorations. How can this be? The group of Long Clan disciples was stunned. Someone shouted in disbelief. The gravity field is definitely not turned on. I want to give it a try. Right, you must give it a try. No one could accept such a result. They all made a move, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. In the end, the arrows that they shot either landed in the distorted space or went off to some other place. Not to mention hitting the bull, none of them could hit the target. The cruel truth stunned the group of Long Clan disciples. Their faces revealed even more incredulous expressions. How could an outsider be so much stronger than them? This was simply unacceptable. They could accept and understand that Monarch Yu was stronger than them. Monarch Yu was a relative of the royal family, the son of a duke, blessed by the luck of the dragon. It was natural for Monarch Yu to be stronger than them. However, what did Xiao Chen have? He had nothing. Compared to them, he was completely worthless. However, this worthless person managed to hit the bull something that they could not even touch. It's useless. It's useless. Monarch Yu's arrow shook the world, shaking the surroundings and reversing day and night. How can your arrow compare to it? So you still lost. That's right. That's right. You still lost. Your arrow is far from comparable to Monarch Yu's. That's right. Monarch Yu's arrow was so startling. How can you compare to it? The Long Clan disciples who felt somewhat unbalanced all spoke up, bringing up Monarch Yu to suppress Xiao Chen. They refused to admit that Xiao Chen's archery skills were better than Monarch Yu's. Only the expressions of the Marquis's residence's upper echelon on the tall platform changed slightly. The might of Xiao Chen's arrow was indeed not comparable to Monarch Yu's arrow. In fact, it was a far cry from it. Monarch Yu's arrow had used the dynasty's might. It could already threaten a holy venerate, even severely injuring one. However, experts had their own judgment. In terms of practicality, Xiao Chen's arrow far surpassed Monarch Yu's. Xiao Chen's arrow was astonishingly fast, no different from how he normally shot. As for Monarch Yu's arrow, while it looked startling, in reality, it was storing up power. Although it could threaten a holy venerate, it was impossible for a holy venerate to get hit in a real fight. Unless a holy venerate was held back, it was practically impossible for a holy venerate to get hit. If it were Xiao Chen, the scene that appeared in their minds was Xiao Chen using his movement technique to flash in the air, continuously shooting arrows. On the other hand, the sky full of arrows was more likely to injure a holy venerate. If such an archery team could be created in the army, they would be able to eliminate the threat at the borders. They could be said to be unrivaled. Lord Marquis. The generals behind all felt incredibly excited, calling out involuntarily. Naturally, the soaring dragon Marquis knew what they meant. He waved his hand indifferently to stop them from speaking. While the experts knew the ropes, the Long Clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's generals were not convinced. In any case, Xiao Chen's arrow was ordinary and not comparable to Monarch Yu's. You lost. You can't do it. You are just trash. A bunch of fools. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you are that capable, then go ahead and try. If that monarch or whatever is not convinced, he can come up and try as well. See if he can be like my big brother, calm and unruffled. The little monk was a straightforward person. He focused on defending Xiao Chen, loudly rebuking those people. Haha, I'm not convinced. I'm not going up. What can you do to me, little brat? Since no one could do it earlier, naturally no one could do it now. They would not really go up. However, relying on their numbers, they were not convinced and started mocking the little monk. Dang! What answered them was Shao Chen's second arrow. Shao Chen circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heart flame at his fingertip merged with the arrow. This arrow pierced through the tail of the previous arrow and struck the bullseye again. Boom! However, because Shao Chen increased the heart flame, the might of this arrow was significantly higher than the previous one. The loud noise was deafening, instantly suppressing the noise of the Long family disciples. Boom! The third arrow flew out. This time, Shao Chen increased the heart flame by another 10%. When the arrow struck the bull SI, the resulting tremor was even more terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder resounding in all directions, shaking the entire drill ground intensely. What was even more terrifying was that Shao Chen's control of the heart flame had reached a very ingenious level. Shao Chen did not shatter the target. Instead, he sent the energy of the heart flame through the target. The fourth arrow, the fifth arrow, the sixth arrow, the energy of the heart flame that Shao Chen sent out increased in intensity each time. The resulting sound waves were increasingly terrifying. When the seventh arrow flew out, the terrifying sound waves spread out. Even the buildings in the Marquis's residence shook intensely. Many of the beams were directly blown away. As for the Long clan disciples on the drill ground, although they did their best to block, they still could not endure it. The shock waves caused them to vomit blood and roll around endlessly. They covered their ears and wailed in pain. After the seventh arrow flew out, no one dared to say that they were not convinced anymore. Only horror appeared on their faces as they looked at Shao Chen. They felt angry, but did not dare to say anything. They were both afraid and fearful. At this moment, it was already clear whose archery skills were superior. What if someone was not convinced? Shao Chen used the simplest and most direct method to respond to those who were not convinced, who still dared to say that they were not convinced. Monarch Yu, who had been silent all this while, appeared ashen. Then he said, "Bring my white feather bow." "Yes, young master." Soon, a subordinate brought a treasure bow that was as smooth as white jade and placed it in Monarch Yu's hand. A peak-inherited Dao tool. For a moment, the faces of the Long family disciples changed. Although the bet did not stipulate what bow to use. Although there were no rules on what bow to use in the bet, Monarch Yu's actions were clearly inappropriate, even somewhat shameless. However, due to Monarch Yu's status, no one said anything. With the peak-inherited Dao tool, the white feather bow in hand, Monarch Yu drew the bowstring and fired an arrow at the sky. Boom! In the distant sky, a ferocious beast flying in the clouds instantly exploded, turning into a clump of blood mist. That clump of blood mist looked exceptionally eye-catching in the clear sky. Whoosh! 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 Monarch Yu's figure turned illusory as he fired 6 arrows in a row. Each arrow killed a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast from a great distance, taking the lives of ferocious beasts from 5,000 kilometers away. Such a terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone. Whoosh! Monarch Yu fired his startling 7th arrow, and the phenomenon of flipping day and night appeared again. Starlight shone from his body, and the might of the dynasty spread out. The arrow shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. A miserable shriek rang out in the air. Bang! After a while, an arrow struck a ferocious beast with an extremely terrifying aura, infinitely close to that of a holy venerate, and it landed on the drill ground. That severely injured ferocious beast could not move at all. However, its ferocious aura scared the Long clan disciples far away. While Shao Chen fired 7 arrows, Monarch Yu did the same. Furthermore, he shot at the extremely fast, ferocious beasts in the sky. No, it was not an immovable target. Clearly, he wanted to defeat Shao Chen. After firing 7 arrows, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat fatigued. He looked at Shao Chen and said, "This white feather bow is a reward that I obtain with my military merits. I obtained it with my own abilities. Naturally, it is also a part of my strength. If you have any treasures, you can use them as well. Don't say that I, Monarch Yu, am bullying you." Monarch Yu's words sounded righteous, flabbergasting everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a shameless person bullying Shao Qin in such a dignified manner. He did not have an illustrious clan or a strong sect. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and said, "I am the son of Dukian, a relative of the royal family. You are far from being comparable to me. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. I only need one arrow to defeat you." When the cloud spread out and the mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night vanished, Shao Qin snorted coldly. He activated his blue dragon bloodline and released his divine eyes. His dragon might soared into the clouds. Without relying on the dynasty's might, he used his own dragon might to recreate the flipping day and night mysterious phenomenon. The pair of divine eyes swept through the surroundings, looking unparalleled. No one dared to look directly at them. Amid the crowd's startled cries, Shao Qin took out the god shadow bow and infused all his soul energy into it. Then he drew the bowstring and shot an arrow at the sky. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, and the bowstring trembled slightly. Cracks immediately appeared on the drill ground, spreading out like a spider web. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone focused on that startling arrow. That arrow flew increasingly farther until it vanished from everyone's sight. Then, a loud sound startled the entire soaring dragon city. A resplendent and dazzling light, even more dazzling than the sun, burst forth in the starry heavens above the city. A star exploded in the air. The resplendent light disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, countless star fragments turned into meteors filling the sky and quickly fell to the ground. With this peak arrow, Shao Qin exploded a star. The remnant might of the god shadow bow knocked everyone to the ground in the drill ground. Only Shao Qin remained standing proudly. His dragon might was unparalleled, dominating the world. The moment this arrow shot out, there was no need to say who won or lost. You are just an insignificant Duke's son. Yet you dare to compete with Shao Qin in terms of status and bloodline? Shao Qin had an unparalleled rank 8 blue dragon bloodline. Even the princes of the dynasty might not be strong enough before Shao Qin if they were not related. No matter what Monarch Yu's purpose was, he had chosen the wrong target to use Shao Qin as a stepping stone. Chapter 1859. Meteors fell from the sky. Shao Qin held the god shadow bow in his hand, shocking the surroundings. This arrow directly blew up a star the size of a city. In the starry heavens, even a powerful holy venerate could achieve such a feat with their full power. He had only destroyed a city with a single sword strike, but the problem was that he was not in the starry sky, but in a city. Even at such a high altitude, he was still able to shoot down a formation with one arrow. This was a little exaggerated and shocking. This was especially so for Shao Qin, who was also a star venerate. Above the Marquis's mansion, the upper echelons who had seen much of the world were all moved, feeling slightly shocked. The only one who could remain calm was the soaring dragon Marquis. Up on the drill ground, Monarch Yu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly his expression twisted. He glared at Shao Qin and said, "You bitch! No wonder you wanted to compete in archery with me at the start. It turns out that you have a soul tool. What a good lowly commoner, to actually dare scheme against this king." Shao Qin held his bow and said indifferently, "You can think whatever you want. However, you lost. You lost. Monarch Yu, you can't be this shameless. Previously, everyone was using the same bow and arrow, and your archery skills were obviously at a disadvantage." Long Hua, who had seen everything that had happened, couldn't help but angrily explain everything to Shao Qin. The other disciples of the Long family had the same thoughts as him, but there was still a grudge in their hearts. He was too embarrassed to speak up for Shao Qin. Even now, they still wanted to argue about who would win. Actually, it was already pointless. Even a fool could tell that Monarch Yu had lost. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost. Furthermore, he had lost miserably. In terms of face, he had lost everything in this battle. The aloof, dazzling monarch Yu had fallen to the mundane world. Although his strength still surprised them, it was not enough for them to worship or respect him. He was just a mortal, and he was even somewhat shameless. First, he broke the rules and took out an inherited Tao artifact. Now he refused to admit defeat. He even cursed with a face full of unwillingness, losing all of his poise. Monarch, you had turned into a stranger that they did not recognize. Scram, this king didn't lose. This king is best at sword techniques. Defeat the sword in my hand first. Monarch, you snorted coldly. In that instant, he drew his sword. The sword was like the wind whistling out. Long Hua's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged. Monarch Yu's sword intent nearly injured him. Shao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and put away the god's shadow bow. Then he moved back. Monarch Yu's sword intent was exceptionally strong. It contained an unimaginably tyrannical monarch's might. The surging sword intent was like a tsunami of flames surging over. This king will not lose. Monarch Yu showed a sullen expression as he leaped into the air and thrust his sword. On the tip of the sword, a scorching radiance burst out as glaring as the sun. This was the famous Heavenly Flame sword technique of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The royal bloodline of the Yanwu dynasty's royal family had a strong affinity for fire-attributed energy. Aside from a few exceptions, most people would choose to cultivate fire-attributed cultivation techniques. With the addition of their bloodline, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and cultivate much faster than ordinary people. Their comprehension and usage of fire-attributed cultivation techniques would also be much stronger. Monarch Yu's sword strike brought out the explosive power of the fire-attributed energy to the fullest. The instant the tip of the sword lit up, the sword intent filling the air spread out like sparks. Sword intent filled the air before Shao Qin, bursting forth. There was no way to dodge at all. The two had already exhausted their soul energy. They could only use veritable essence energy, martial techniques, and their own techniques to fight. This was the first time Monarch Yu faced such a strong fire-attributed sword technique. Shao Chen felt slightly startled. He could not find a suitable way to deal with it. Holding the tyrant's saber, Shao Chen retreated as he fought. Once Monarch Yu erupted, he showed no signs of stopping. The flames in the surroundings rumbled endlessly. The drill ground, which was protected by an array formation, was blasted into terrifying pits one after another. Heavenly flame sword, 9 dragons soaring. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and all his veritable essence energy surged. Then 9 lifelike flaming dragons, filled with monarchs, might appeared in the surroundings, continuously circling him. This move, when the Marquis's residence's upper echelon saw this move, they were mildly startled. They felt that things had spiraled out of control. The moment the 9 terrifying flaming dragons appeared, the entire drill ground started burning under the horrifying heat. No moisture remained in the air, making it incredibly dry. What a terrifying temperature! At the same time, the moisture in Shao Chen's body evaporated rapidly. Before this move was executed, it already felt like it could kill. Shao Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated the ice feather divine incantation, and his entire body became like ice. Thin ice feathers drifted in the surroundings, looking like heavy snowflakes. The temperature in the surroundings dropped a little. Monarch Yu, who executed 9 dragons soaring, had already soared into the sky in front. Monarch Yu looked dazzling in the sky. The flames blazed, looking like the blazing sun. Monarch Yu and the true blazing sun in the sky complemented each other, competing for glory. Monarch Yu angrily pointed his sword at Shao Qin. The surrounding sky suddenly turned dark leaving only the sun shining brightly. This light shrouded everyone's senses, preventing them from distinguishing the sun in the sky. Was it the true blazing sun or Monarch Yu with 9 dragons around him? This was somewhat inconceivable. Whoosh! As Monarch Yu pointed his sword, a dragon-like sword light flew out of the sun, burning up all the light. As the sword light shot toward Xiaoqin, it contained Monarch Yu's peak sword intent, the dynasty's might, and a terrifying fire-attributed energy. The addition of Monarch Yu's cultivation technique allowed that fire-attributed energy to rival the might of the fire-great Tao energy. How fast? The sword light was scarily fast. In nearly a flash, it arrived beside Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin executed the Thunder Dragon art to its limits. Electric light flickered as he dodged. Boom! Who knew? This sword strike was just the beginning. There were a total of 9 sword strikes, each one faster than the one before. The final sword strike nearly forced out Xiaoqin's blue dragon divine wings. With such power, it still didn't contain any soul power. If it contained soul energy, the might of these 9 sword strikes would undergo a qualitative change. After the 9 sword strikes, the entire drill ground no longer existed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The ground split apart, and countless huge rocks flew into the sky. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Xiaoqin died. When Monarch Yu saw that Xiaoqin managed to dodge his move, he became enraged. Monarch Yu's star venerate was swept out from his forehead with a vast dynasty's might. Indistinct ancient war drums and the singing of epic poems appeared in the surroundings. That was the boundless accumulations of an ancient dynasty. Monarch Yu's star venerate will stirred up some of it. This was the protection of the dynasty's luck for the royal clan disciples in its territory. If Monarch Yu's royal clan bloodline was pure enough, he might be able to truly uncover the tip of the iceberg of the ancient accumulations of this dynasty. Boom! Monarch Yu's star venerate will contain an ancient might that looked solid. Everywhere the star venerate will passed, the huge rocks in the way instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Not to be outdone, Xiaoqin flashed with a dragon seal in his soul pool. The will of soul containing the divine might of the blue dragon clashed fearlessly. Bang! 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 The 2 wills of soul clashed intensely, producing intense explosions. The entire Marquis' residence shook intensely, spreading to the city. The buildings that were not protected by formations like the Marquis' residence crumbled. The 2's auras surged in the air. The shock waves caused countless rocks to explode. This no longer looks like a fight between star venerates. What a terrifying aura. This is simply a fight between 2 holy venerates. However, there is no holy venerate will. This Xiaoqin is really incredible. To think that he did not lose to Monarch Yu in a clash of wills in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. His dragon might is really unfathomable. What exactly is it? However, up until now, Xiaoqin has been passively defending. If he does not counterattack, Monarch Yu might wear him down to death. The many hidden experts in the Marquis' residence all flew out. They carefully watched the 2 fighting intensely in the air. Surging sword intent and saber intent clashed everywhere on the drill ground. The 2's figures flashed so fast that they did not even leave after images. Dang! 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 The saber and sword clashed. Every time they clashed, a loud, melodious sound rang out, stirring up fluctuations in the clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, winds blew, and clouds churned. In the dynasty's territory, those of the same generation would have an innate disadvantage when fighting with the royal clan's bloodline. Not only did Xiaoqin endure this disadvantage, but he also made up for the disadvantage of his cultivation being 1 grade lower than Monarch Yu's. After all, Monarch Yu possessed outstanding talent, a demonic genius who could challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Monarch Yu was not an ordinary star venerate expert. Along the way, Monarch Yu had used all sorts of resources to stabilize his cultivation. His accumulations were deep, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Along the way, the royal clan's bloodline lacked everything except resources. However, they were shocked to discover that the sexless, loose cultivator seemed to possess deep accumulations. His accumulations seemed even stronger than Monarch Yu's. At first, when facing Monarch Yu, Shao Qin still found it hard to hold out. Now he became increasingly calm and unruffled. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose to a mixed-blood dragon like you. Monarch Yu glared furiously, appearing crazy as his long hair fluttered about. The more Monarch Yu fell into a disadvantageous position, the crazier he became. He sent out many sword moves without any regard for his life. Shao Qin did not want to fight to the death with such a person. It was not worth it. Let's see how crazy Monarch Yu can be. Shao Qin silently executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation first move, dreamlike mundane world, which he comprehended from breaking the mundane. As Monarch Yu retreated, he swung his saber. When the strange purple saber and the swaying saber light entered Monarch Yu's eyes, they turned into illusions, creating a dream. I am a relative of the royal clan. I absolutely will not lose. Monarch Yu turned increasingly irritable. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life, executing a risky move that would injure both sides. Shao Qin snorted coldly and made the first move. Using dreams as a saber, Shao Qin withdrew the saber light in the air and turned it into a beautiful purple saber light. Then he instantly broke through Monarch Yu's sword move. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out, sounding like treasure swords breaking. The beautiful purple saber light looked both real and fake, like a dream or illusion. When it appeared before Monarch Yu's eyes, it activated the dream that Shao Qin left in his heart. Monarch Yu showed a confused look, standing there in a daze. However, the purple saber light did not show any intention of stopping. It pierced through Monarch Yu's exquisite armor. Furthermore, there was a defensive technique that an expert left in Monarch Yu's body. The saber light pierced through Monarch Yu's chest. It was like a solid spear hung Monarch Yu in the air, preventing him from moving. Chapter 1860. Monarch Yu showed a pained expression. That strand of saber chi pierced his chest, making him feel incredible pain. However, Monarch Yu could not move at all, feeling extremely sullen. You are seeking death. How dare you injure Monarch Yu? Kill him. Seeing Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, many of his guards became enraged and charged at Shao Qin. Whoosh! 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 Figures soared into the air. These people were star venerate elites with extraordinary strength. When Shao Qin drew the god shadow bow, he already drained his soul energy. Then he fought a huge battle with Monarch Yu. Shao Qin exhausted a lot of his strength. He could only bring out about 50% of his strength. Clearly, he found it hard to deal with so many enemies. You bunch of trash! How dare you bully me with numbers? No way! Just as Cluster Lord Lan Luo cried out and was about to get her big brother and father to make a move, a figure came out of Shao Qin's back. It was the little demonic monk Silver Saber, Yan Qin. He pointed at the air and sent out the heavenly heart finger. The heavenly heart finger that the little monk created by merging the heavenly heart art with a Buddhist sect cultivation technique was extremely mighty. When the little monk pointed, he knocked back the group of people at the very front. After those people fell to the ground, they suffered severe injuries and vomited blood, fainting from the pain. The few people at the very front were in even worse states. Not even their corpses remained after this finger strike. Whoosh! 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 It was not over yet. The little monk's figure flashed, and he punched with his dainty fist. Aside from holy venerates, everyone could block one punch from the little monk. Soon, Only the few holy venerates that came with Monarch you could block the little monk on the shattered drill ground. However, the little monk had already undergone a rebirth, his physical body reconstructed. Furthermore, he had obtained the heavenly heart art that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. His comprehension ability was even more monstrous than Xiao Chen's. The heavenly heart finger that the little monk comprehended was boundlessly strong. Back then, it was not that Xiao Chen had not thought of merging the heavenly heart art with his sharp spirit finger. However, after trying, he discovered that it was not that easy. There were simply too many difficulties involved. He could only settle for the next best thing, merging the heavenly heart art with his archery skills. Furthermore, with the God Shadow Bow, Xiao Chen managed to carve out another path. Monarch used 2 holy venerates, led a few late-stage star venerates to fight the little monk. The little monk had the advantage of a physical body, making him incredibly nimble. The little monks of Xiao. This was especially so for the Long family disciples who had looked down on the little monk when they were arguing with him and looked down on him for being a brat. He felt a slight chill run down his back. With this kind of strength, if a punch landed on his body, thinking about it, the consequences were truly terrifying. Even a holy venerate was not a match for Xiao Chen. If it were them, they would probably explode with one punch. Xiao of Monoff! Xiao! Monarch Yu held in the air. Several of his subordinates went over, trying to neutralize that purple saber light. Ming Yen, say, of Qin of Ming King. The strand of extremely devilish violet-colored blade light seemed material, yet carried a dreamlike, ethereal feeling, causing them to feel at a loss for how to deal with it. Nothing he had learned in his life could explain how such a saber technique was formed. Young master, wait a moment. Wait a moment. The might of this saber light is slowly weakening. A few old men surrounded Monarch Yu. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, appearing incredibly anxious. I can't wait any more. Monarch Yu roared ferociously. Then he grasped that strand of saber chi with both hands and used all his strength to pull it out. Every time he pulled out an inch, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It looked like only this saber light stabbed into Monarch Yu's chest. In reality, Xiao Chen had used creating dreams with the saber earlier. Unknowingly, the saber light had already penetrated deep into his sea of consciousness. The saber lights that had entered deep into the sea of consciousness and body were formless and invisible. At this moment, they were about to be pulled out. However, there were tens of thousands of them, and they were like hooks. The pain and damage caused by them were extremely terrifying. The wailing Monarch Yu revealed a decisive expression as he clenched his teeth and forcefully pulled out this saber light. Xiao Chen, I want you dead. Monarch Yu's hair was disheveled, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. His eyes were sunken, and he no longer had his earlier grace. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire drill ground. The boundless figure of a dynasty appeared indistinctly in the sky, appearing illusory and real. The terrifying might of the dynasty spread out from above, causing everyone present to feel a great pressure. Their legs turned soft, and they could not stand stably. It's over. This Monarch Yu is going all out. He wants to use his bloodline to forcefully shake up the dynasty's accumulations. He wants to use the Supreme Dynasty's might to crush Xiao Chen. He is trying to perish together with Xiao Chen. He can only truly move the dynasty's accumulations if he is a king or has an oral order from Yan Huang. As a monarch, he is still far from sufficient. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Monarch Yu is crazy. The expressions of the Long clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's guards all changed drastically as they fled. Whoosh! However, just as that terrifying dynasty's accumulations were about to materialize into many ancient cities, a sovereign will appear on the tall platform. The moment this sovereign will appear, everyone within 5,000 kilometers felt an urge to kneel and worship it. Boom! The terrifying dynasty's accumulations in the sky crumbled in one strike from this sovereign will. Men, treat monarch, use injuries. The soaring dragon marquis, who had remained silent on the tall platform, spoke for the first time after dispelling monarch Yu's crazy attack with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 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 Many experts immediately rushed out of the marquis's residence. They restrained monarch Yu without saying anything and brought him away. All of you disperse. This practice ends here. The soaring dragon, marquis, stood up. Without even looking at Xiao Chen, he led the marquis's residence's upper echelon away. On the other hand, after Long Yan stood up, he gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Today, Long Yan was truly shocked by this white-robed bladesman's elegance. Perhaps even the prince's would not be as impressive. That's not right. Perhaps the prince's cultivations are higher than Xiao Chen's. However, the number of princes who could compare to Xiao Chen's elegance and tyranny could be counted on one's fingers, as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. When Long Yan saw Xiao Chen look over, he quickly turned around and left with his father. Whoosh! Lan Luo did not have any worries. She gently drifted over and landed beside Xiao Chen. Lan Luo frowned and asked, "Are you all right? I don't know what got into this monarch Yu, but he targeted you like that. I really misjudged this person. Earlier, I was still considering whether to join the divine sword pavilion together with him." Xiao Chen looked to the front and replied indifferently, "Fortunately, the little monk helped me block these people. Your father also stopped Monarch Yu from risking his life. I'm fine." After Monarch Yu was brought away, his guards were no longer in the mood to fight. However, they could not leave just because they wanted to now. The little monk wanted to teach this group of people a lesson, so he did not let them leave. "Little ancestor, we were wrong. Let us go. Stop hitting them. You little child, why are you so unreasonable?" The two holy venerates held on bitterly. However, the late-stage star venerate old men were beaten into submission. When the little monk's tender little fist struck his body, he felt so much pain that he wished he were dead. His old bones felt like they would fall apart. "You are allowed to bully my big brother with numbers, but I am not allowed to bully you? Is there still any law or justice? I will not stop until I beat you up." The little monk spoke righteously, but he had a mischievous smile on his baby face. Actually, the little monk's hands were simply itching. He had held back for so long and had not made a move. This time he could not stop himself. Such a scene flabbergasted the Long Clan disciples. This was indeed a bona fide little ancestor. Anyone who saw it would have a headache. This father-son combination of Xiao Chen and the little monk was somewhat unrivaled. Each was scarier than the other. Who could imagine that the harmless-looking, incredibly cute little monk was actually even more violent than Xiao Chen? To think that they were even more violent than Xiao Chen, inspiring fear in others. When Lan Luo saw this somewhat strange situation, she also felt shocked. However, when she thought of something, she suddenly showed worry on her face. "Oh no, you offended Monarch Yu. The Duke Yin behind him will definitely not take this lying down. If he turns you into a wanted criminal of the dynasty, it will be problematic." However, Xiao Chen did not care. He said softly, "This is what your father wants to see." Ah! Lan Luo's expression changed drastically. Her chest heaved up and down in shock. Chapter 1861. What? Clearly, Lan Luo's shocked expression was not feigned. It looked like she did not know many things. Actually, Xiao Chen did not know either. However, he could guess it. From the start until now, the soaring dragon marquis had a firm grasp of the situation. As long as he wanted to, he could stop the bet between Xiao Chen and Monarch Yu at any time. However, he did not, silently agreeing to the bet. Even when Xiao Chen pierced Monarch Yu with his saber, the soaring dragon marquis did not stop it. He allowed Xiao Qin to defeat Monarch Yu in front of everyone, causing Monarch Yu to lose face and end up in a sorry state. In the end, when Monarch Yu went somewhat crazy and wanted to execute a killing move that would end in mutual destruction, the soaring dragon Marquis easily stopped him. Such a scene verified some of Xiao Qian's guesses. However, it did not matter. Xiao Qian did not care about all this. Now he was more open-minded about many things. In the eyes of ordinary people, the soaring dragon Marquis held high authority and horrifying strength. In Xiao Qian's heart, he treated the soaring dragon Marquis as an equal. He did not feel that there was a need to be cautious or cautious. All he needed was to maintain respect for the strong. Xiao Qin, are you saying that my father purposely framed you so that you would suffer Monarch Yu's rage? Lan Luo asked quickly when Xiao Qin remained silent. Perhaps. However, it was not intentional. He was just going with the flow. Most of the reason is that Monarch Yu sought death himself. Otherwise, I would not have opposed him after noticing that something was off. Xiao Qian consoled, don't dwell on this. Your father is in the dynasty. Most of the time, he cannot directly offend the royal clan. He is in a high position and has many implications for the interests of the entire dynasty. He cannot express his stance casually. If an outsider appeared at this moment and could share his burden, that would naturally be for the best. Furthermore, I do not mind doing him a favor at little cost. After all, he is your father. Xiao Qian placed more emphasis on the word you, expressing Xiao Qian's opinion on this matter. As you are Lan Luo, I do not care even if your father is in the wrong. Xiao Qian's meaning was not obvious, but Lan Luo could still make it out. Thank you. Feeling warmth in her heart, Lan Luo expressed her thanks and quickly took her leave. She had some doubts in her heart that she wanted to clarify. After Monarch Yu left, Xiao Qin glanced at the little monk, who was still trembling with Monarch Yu's subordinates. Then he said softly, "You've played enough. Let's go." Roger that. The little monk giggled and used the heavenly heartfinger to sweep away the 4 late-stage, venerate old men. He leaped into the air and landed in the bag on Xiao Qian's back. The remaining people immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt much more relaxed. Only the 2 holy venerates looked at Xiao Qian with some displeasure in their eyes. He didn't want to let Xiao Qian go so easily. With Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, these attendants and guards would definitely be held responsible. None of them could escape punishment. Xiao Qian glanced at them indifferently. Then he ignored these people and left. Marquis' estate, within the study of the soaring dragon Marquis. Father, this Xiao Qian is really incredible, even though he is just a star venerate. Although he is still a star venerate, I can tell that his potential is even greater than those princes. He is completely worthy of 8th sister. Inside the room, Long Yan continued excitedly to the soaring dragon Marquis. Furthermore, 8th sister truly likes him. I think he really can do it. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis was reading a book. After he put it down, he said, "Never mind. When the hidden spirit temple's people arrive, we'll let him leave. It is best not to get involved in this mess." Long Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Father, isn't this the plan you thought of? Let Monarch Yu, who brought the marriage certificate, fight with Xiao Qian, lose, and take the initiative to leave. Now that we have achieved our goal, why do we not agree to 8th sister and Xiao Qian being together?" Xiao Qian guessed right. From the very start, the soaring dragon Marquis had everything under his control. Monarch Yu had brought the marriage certificate of his father, Duke Yun, to propose to the soaring dragon Marquis. Duke Yun was a person with authority in the dynasty. He was very close to the 8th prince's bloodline. When the throne changed, the emperor had to abdicate every 100 years unless there were special circumstances. Then, the most outstanding prince would be chosen to inherit the throne. That was to say, the emperor of the Yanwu dynasty could only hold the throne for 100 years. Then the emperor would have to abdicate and let his descendants enjoy the resources and the luck of the dynasty, as well as the supreme imperial authority. This was for the sake of providing the dynasty with fresh blood, ensuring that the dynasty maintained its vitality. This was to maintain its combat prowess in the competition with the surrounding empires and dynasties. Otherwise, the dynasty would become rigid and its luck would decline. The nation's luck could fall at any moment. Once the ancient dynasties became rigid, the nation's luck would decline, and there would be the risk of destruction. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of such examples. Even the strong Tianwu dynasty of the past nearly perished due to the decline of the nation's luck. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain in power for too long. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant they were, the dynasty system would inevitably become rigid. This was something that could not be avoided. Hence, the dynasty had to change every 100 years to maintain its vitality and vigor. Now, the Yenwu dynasty's 100 years were almost up. The competition between the various princes was intense. Strong people from all walks of life all took sides. The soaring dragon marquis did not want to get involved with Duke Yin because he did not want to get sucked into the whirlpool of power struggles for the throne. However, Duke Yin was strong, and the soaring dragon marquis could not directly reject him, not giving him face. Coincidentally, Shao Qin appeared at this moment. The soaring dragon marquis thought of using Shao Qin to defeat Monarch Yu, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He had no choice but to do this. Even if he offended Duke Yin, it would just be a fight between the younger generation. Duke Yin would not be able to find a reason to seek trouble for Shao Qin. This matter looked flawless. Even Monarch Yu himself would not have expected it. Monarch Yu was an intelligent person. Everything was within his calculations. How could he fall for the soaring dragon marquis scheme? However, this was the truth. At this moment, the unconscious Monarch Yu had already been carried out of the dragon marquis's residence. He would not have the face to bring the marriage certificate to propose again. The soaring dragon marquis looked at his eldest son in confusion. The soaring dragon marquis asked softly, "Why do you think I am so certain that Shao Qin will defeat Monarch Yu?" Long Yen smiled and said, "Father, as a sovereign personage, your eyes are naturally extraordinary. How could you not see it? With a comparison, you can easily tell who is stronger and who is weaker." When the soaring dragon marquis heard that, he laughed. Then he removed the armor on his chest and the heart-protecting mirror, revealing an eye-catching wound on his shoulder. Even now, this wound had not healed completely. One could see the festering wound. "Father, when did you get injured? Did an assassin come in?" Long Yan's expression changed drastically as he stood up in a fluster. The soaring dragon marquis put on the armor and the heart-protecting mirror again. Then he said indifferently, "This was left by Shao Qin last night." "Ah!" Long Yan's expression turned even more shocked. The soaring dragon marquis said, "I'm fine already. Don't worry. It's just somewhat difficult to heal." That night, the mysterious black-clad man who watched Shao Qin brandish his saber was the soaring dragon marquis himself. Originally, the soaring dragon marquis wanted to make a move himself to test out Shao Qin's strength. Who knew, on that night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, a white-clad man danced alone to the moon. With just one look, the soaring dragon marquis was shocked, intoxicated by that exquisite saber technique. Amid the mottled light and shadow, the exquisite and gentle saber light hit a roaring heart. The soaring dragon marquis forgot about his original target and quietly watched Shao Qin's saber technique, his horizons broadening. However, the soaring dragon marquis had not expected Shao Qin to discover him. By the time he startled awake, the saber light had already struck him. The soaring dragon marquis quickly fled, not paying much attention to it. However, when the sky brightened, he discovered how startling this saber light was. Even the soaring dragon marquis could not completely remove it. This was simply shocking. After Long Yan heard that, he felt a chill. Xiao Chen's potential was far greater than he had imagined. To think that even his father could not quickly heal his wound. This Xiao Chen was truly a demonic genius on a monster level. The soaring dragon Marquis's gaze was deep as he said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I sent him away? It is not that he is not outstanding enough, but that he is too outstanding. My Marquis's residence cannot afford to raise such a large true dragon." "I understand. However, eighth sister—" Long Yan frowned slightly. When he thought of his beloved eighth sister, he felt somewhat sad. Chapter 1862. At the mention of Lan Luo, the soaring dragon Marquis appeared somewhat sorrowful. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lan Luo rushed in. "Eighth sister!" Long Yan exclaimed in some fluster, appearing somewhat shocked. When Lan Luo saw the two's expression, she said, "Indeed, it is as Xiao Chen said. You two are hiding something from me." The soaring dragon Marquis exchanged looks with Long Yan. After a moment of silence, the soaring dragon Marquis said, "Speak the truth, then." Long Yan organized his thoughts and told Lan Luo about the cause and effect of the matter. "This monarch Yu is really despicable. I absolutely will not marry him." Lan Luo revealed a disgusted expression. When she thought of monarch Yu's actions, she felt repulsed. Long Yan asked, "Earlier you said that Xiao Chen already knows. What's going on?" Lan Luo did not hesitate to tell the two everything that Xiao Chen told her. After the soaring dragon Marquis heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, "I already gave him such a high evaluation. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. Let's leave this matter at that. When the little monk's master arrives, I will personally send him off and apologize to him." Night arrived as scheduled. Xiao Chen treated his injuries in the courtyard, thinking about the gains and losses of today's battle. After the battle with Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had a good estimate of his own strength. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to join any 7th grade sect. However, Monarch Yu was not considered a powerful expert of the dynasty's younger generation. He had not even joined a rank 7 sect. In terms of strength, Xiao Chen should still be a distance away from the core disciples of a rank 7 sect. However, the gap was already rather limited. Xiao Chen recalled that when he first entered the Great Thousand Realms, he was not even comparable to a rank 3 sect disciple. In just a few short years, he gained his current strength and accumulations to enter the central Great Realm. This was already very rare. In this battle, Xiao Chen's greatest comprehension was that he now knew how mighty his peak move was. After activating his great, desolate Ian bloodline and using his soul energy to drive the god shadow Bao, a holy venerate would die for sure if they were caught off guard. The other was the purple saber chi that Xiao Chen executed at the end. Dreamlike, mundane world. Using a saber to create dreams. Using a saber to enter a dream. Using a dream as a saber. He could wield them freely. The next step was to enter the dream and let this saber art penetrate deep into his bones and soul. With a casual swing of his saber, he could send out the boundlessly strange purple saber chi that seemed both real and fake at the same time. As for its weakness, it was still in its cultivation. Before this monarch, you joined a rank 7 sect. He was already a late-stage star venerate. One could imagine how formidable the cultivation of the disciples of the 7th grade sects were. Actually, Xiao Chen's vision was too broad. Within the 4 great dynasties, rank 7 sects were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and their numbers were extremely few. A 7th grade sect was already standing at the peak of this world. For an ordinary person, being able to join a rank 6 sect was already extremely amazing. Xiao Chen could obtain a place for himself in the dynasty and make a name for himself in the entire central Great Realm. Furthermore, there was a limit to how many disciples a rank 7 sect could recruit. many of the rank 6 sects were true inheritors. In reality, they weren't much weaker than the disciples of the rank 7 sections. It's time to start cultivating the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already stagnated for some time. He needed to dual cultivate the demonic and martial veritable essence energy to raise his cultivation. Cultivating any one of them alone would not allow his cultivation to improve. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art had a total of 9 layers. Each layer was extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring vast resources and a corresponding demonic tribulation. While cultivating, Xiao Chen also had to guard against the corrosion of heart demons, which was even harder to cultivate than the purple thunder divine incantation. This was another challenge for Xiao Chen. It was also a difficulty that he had to face while dual cultivating the demonic and martial veritable essence energy. During the great desolate Aeon, ferocious beasts ran amok. The world was in chaos and logic no longer existed. Only the strong could survive. Among the many ferocious beasts, there was a huge bird that could hold up the sky called the demonic cloud. At first, it was just a demonic cloud born in the primal chaos. Although it had the bloodline of a god demon, it was still incredibly weak. The title page recorded the origins of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. This cultivation technique was born from the demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. After the primal chaos demonic scripture, the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation technique was lost. This cultivation technique became one of the top 10 demonic Tao cultivation techniques. Ever since the Scarlet Blood Pirate King fell, this cultivation technique had not appeared for 10,000 years. Now, people knew very little about it. Xiao Chen carefully read through the book, entering deep thought. If one wanted to cultivate this cultivation technique, one had to condense a demonic cloud seed in one's body. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. With this thought, Xiao Chen stood up and left the room. Then he looked at the night sky. After some thought, Xiao Chen soared into the air and soared up. After a while, he arrived in the clouds. Condensing demonic clouds was not a difficult task in the Forbidden Sea. However, in the Yanwu dynasty, a nation ruled by the righteous Tao, it was not easy. The environment with spiritual energy was different. The spiritual energy of the Yanwu dynasty was astonishingly pure. There was practically no need to purposely temper it. The spiritual energy was already very dense. From the moment one was born in the Yanwu dynasty, one would have a higher spiritual energy than the people of the outside world. It is not enough. The clouds here are too thin. I have to find a place with exceptionally dense clouds. Xiao Chen casually grabbed a cloud and analyzed it for a while. Then he looked higher. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen's figure continued upward, he slowly felt a huge pressure. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire dynasty's territory. When Xiao Chen looked up, he seemed to see a huge, invisible dragon glaring at him. It was the imperial dynasty's dragon luck that was protecting this ancient dynasty. When it reached a certain point, it would offend the dynasty's might. Flying upward would become increasingly difficult. However, Xiao Chen already saw an extremely dense cloud layer 10 kilometers above. It was very suitable for condensing demonic clouds. Xiao Chen released his dragon might and forced his way through, heading for that dense cloud. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's dragon might seemed very insignificant when compared to the dynasty's luck. As the dragon might clashed, lightning tore through the sky, spreading in all directions. The clouds below clashed and thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. I've arrived. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and entered that terrifyingly dense cloud layer. The cloud layer was pitch black. It was a terrifying lightning-attributed energy within interfered with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Under such circumstances, Xiao Qin could not send out his soul energy at all. What soul energy feared the most was this kind of naturally occurring lightning. With just a touch, soul energy would scatter. Xiao Qin could only open his heavenly eye and barely explore the cloud layer, advancing carefully. This thundercloud was unfathomably vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the entire soaring dragon Marquiate, looking exceptionally startling. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crystalline, ferocious beast, flickering with electric light, appeared in front, flying toward Xiao Qin. Thunder essence. Xiao Qin recognized this ferocious beast. It was a spirit born from a peak attribute. It happened to be a lightning-attributed spirit. It had a cruel nature, a fiery temper, and an extremely aggressive nature. This was a 100-year-old thunder essence with the strength of a star venerate. Its entire body was made of energy, which was exceptionally problematic for ordinary people to deal with. However, Xiao Chun had his own methods. He took out the wedding funeral bow and fired 10 arrows before the thunder essence arrived. Then he infused the heart flame in the arrows and fired 10 arrows in a row. When the thunder essence was only 1 kilometer away from Xiao Qin, it finally crumbled, turning into bolts of lightning that looked like electric snakes slithering out. It left behind a resplendent crystal floating in the clouds. This crystal was known as a thunder crystal rock. Its value varied according to the age of the thunder essence. To lightning-attributed cultivators, it was very valuable. Experts specialized in hunting thunder essences in thunderclouds to obtain thunder crystals. Xiao Qin casually put away this 100-year-old thunder crystal rock and continued forward. As Zhang Xian traveled further and further away, he encountered more and more thunder spirits. There were all kinds of thunder spirits. Sometimes they were snakes, sometimes huge trees, and sometimes humans. The only thing they had in common was that they were energy bodies. After dealing with a batch of more than 100 thunder essences, Xiao Qin stopped advancing. If he went any further, he would end up in danger, given his strength. These thunderclouds were much more horrifying than he had imagined. However, it was enough to stop here. He could absorb the cloud energy and condense demonic clouds. Xiao Chen released the demon blood vulture to protect him. The demon blood vulture screeched and hid in the clouds, flying around happily. Xiao Qin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he lit up his 9-star primal core. As Xiao Qin infused his demonic attributed veritable essence energy into his hands, Xiao Qin continuously formed hand seals. As Xiao Qin's hand seals changed, his demonic attributed veritable essence energy drained continuously. A terrifying aura slowly spread out from his body. This aura caused the clouds to churn, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Then, Xiao Qin formed the heaven-swallowing seal. A huge demonic cloud bird image appeared behind Xiao Qin. As the heaven-swallowing seal formed, the demonic cloud bird opened its beak and sucked. The demonic nature hidden in the unfathomably deep demonic clouds turned into thousands of tiny black lines that entered Xiao Qin's body. Those black energy lines gave off a demonic glow. As they danced around, they stirred up demonic clouds. The process of condensing demonic clouds went rather smoothly. Chapter 1863. Amidst the unfathomably vast and mysterious thunderclouds, Xiao Qin formed the heaven-devouring seal with both hands and absorbed the demonic nature hidden in the clouds. The demonic nature turned into countless black ribbons and entered Xiao Qin's body. The environment here was different. The demonic nature here could not be compared to the Forbidden Ocean. It would definitely be much slower than in the Ash-Gray Sea. However, as long as there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before he successfully condensed the demonic cloud seed. The eyes of the terrifying demonic cloud bird behind him shone with a demonic light that seemed solid, looking somewhat terrifying. The demon blood vultures flying around occasionally exchanged glances with that demonic cloud bird, feeling fear in their hearts. It was as if he had bumped into his ancestor, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. For hours later, a black light appeared above his dantian. This speck of black light was exceptionally deep. It was only a speck, but it gave off the feeling that it carried an enormous amount of energy. The demonic cloud seed was about to be successfully condensed. At this moment, in the depths of the thunder clouds, two strange black-clothed men were hunting thunder crystals. Sensing the abnormal auras, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Strange. There are people cultivating demonic arts here. Let's go take a look. Maybe they're from the same clan. The reason why these two freaks were called freaks was because their faces were covered with faintly discernible black scales. Furthermore, there was a single horn at the center of his eyebrows. He did not look like a human. So. As the two walked out of the thunderclouds, they saw streaks of black, demonic light gently drifting in the thunderclouds like ribbons. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Big brother, this looks like the heaven-devouring seal. It's the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. I've read about it in ancient texts, and it's one of the 10 great demonic techniques. Interesting. This person should have just started cultivating. If he succeeded, he would be able to absorb the demonic nature of this place in an instant. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. The stronger of the two had thicker scales on his face, and his figure was thin. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was greedy. Go. The two of them moved as fast as lightning in the thunderclouds, flying toward Xiao Chen's location. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture's feathers suddenly shone with a scarlet light. It let out a sharp cry that shook the surroundings. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strong enemy had arrived. He's not one of us, the slightly plump-scaled man said in a deep voice as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by thousands of strands of demonic threads, and the demon cloud bird behind him. The lean man stared at the image of the demonic cloud bird and said solemnly, "It is indeed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Go." Without hesitation, the two of them turned into a flash of lightning and flashed toward Xiao Chen. However, just as he was halfway there, countless tiny red lights shot out from the thunderclouds. Those were the demon blood vulture's feathers. They looked like arrows covering the sky as they shot towards the two. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blood vulture's sudden attack covered a wide area. The two strange men could not dodge. Unable to dodge in time, the two of them were struck by hundreds of feathers. A water barrier flickered on the two's bodies, successfully blocking the poisonous feathers. However, his attack was also stopped, and he was forced to retreat. Demon blood vulture. That was the cry of this strange bird earlier. To think that there is a demon blood vulture protecting him. Big brother, this person is somewhat difficult to deal with. The slightly plump, scaled man hesitated, fearing that it would be difficult to deal with Xiao Chen after he succeeded. What are you afraid of? Riches come from danger. This person is not a holy venerate. So what if he wakes up? The lean man was clearly overcome by greed. After he recognized the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art, he did not want to give up. Go and restrain this strange bird. Whoosh! The plump man roared angrily, and the scales on his face appeared, densely covering the surface of the water. Then he swung his sword horizontally. He easily sliced through the thunderclouds, and the sword landed on the demon blood vulture's back. The heavy strike made the demon blood vulture very uncomfortable. However, the demon blood vulture was not to be trifled with. The moment the sword struck it, it immediately counterattacked. The demon blood vulture turned around and pecked. Its huge body nimbly turned in the air, and its hook-like beak pecked a large hole in the lean man's chest. Dang! The slightly plump scaled man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. However, the strike still knocked him back. His sword nearly flew out of his hand. Damn it! The slightly plump scaled man roared furiously as he fought the demon blood vulture. The slightly plump scaled man used his advantage in the terrain to fight the demon blood vulture evenly, unable to gain any advantage. The demon blood vulture was strong, but it could not do anything to the other party. The demon blood vulture hid in the clouds, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Despite its strength, the demon blood vulture could not catch the other party. The demon blood vulture wanted to launch a large-scale attack several times. However, because the demon blood vulture was too close, it feared accidentally injuring Xiao Qin, so its hands were tied. This is a good opportunity. I'll kill it with one sword strike. The lean man's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin. The lean man immediately made up his mind and drew his demonic sword. The lean man's eyes filled with a demonic nature. His sword flickered with a purple watery light, and motes of light spread out. The demon blood vulture's sword gave off ripples of electricity. That was water-attributed energy and lightning-attributed energy perfectly merging. This silent sword strike contained the berserk speed of lightning-attributed energy and the stealth of traceless water. The gentle water-attributed energy perfectly masked the lightning-attributed energy and surging sword intent. An ordinary person would easily ignore the might of this sword strike and rush to receive it. Without any mental preparation, one would often be caught off guard and lose their lives. Xiao Qin felt somewhat nervous. The black light in his dantian had not formed a demonic cloud yet. He needed some time. Xiao Qin had no choice but to take a risk. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught, and he would suffer even more severe injuries. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and executed the sharp spirit finger with one hand and the heaven-swallowing art with the other. At the crucial moment, he split his attention. Clang! Xiao Qin gathered all his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi, filling his limbs and bones. He used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world. Xiao Qin's sharp spirit finger finally caught the other party's sword strike. Boom! A berserk force exploded from the other party's sword. The lightning sword intent contained in the water instantly exploded, nearly sending Xiao Qin flying. Fortunately, there was a demonic cloud bird image behind him, helping him stabilize this space. How can this be? The other party caught the other party's sword strike with 2 fingers, startling the skinny man. A cold light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and the energy gathered between them immediately bounced back. The lightning sword intent in the skinny man's sword immediately bounced back. The sword continuously twisted, and the skinny man vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 10 kilometers. After knocking the other party back with 1 finger, Xiao Qin could not be bothered to pursue. He quickly formed hand seals and absorbed the demonic nature in the thunderclouds, condensing a demonic cloud seed. I don't believe that you can receive another sword strike from me. The skinny man roared, and scales appeared on his face. Then he sent another sword strike at Xiao Qin. 3, 2, 1. When that sword strike was less than half a meter away from Xiao Qin, the demonic cloud seed finally condensed. The demonic cloud bird image behind Xiao Qin entered Xiao Qin's body, and thousands of strands of black demonic light entered at the same time. The black light gathered in the spot of black light above Xiao Qin's dantian. However, at this moment, the skinny man's sword light was less than 3 centimeters away from Xiao Qin. Blue dragon divine wings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the blue dragon divine wings behind Xiao Qin unfurled. The wings spanned 30 meters and flapped ferociously. Electric light spread out as Xiao Qin turned into a beam of light and arrived behind the skinny man. Xiao Chen instantly drew the tyrant saber. The purple tyrant saber successfully pierced through the other party's water barrier and scales, sending up black blood. However, the skinny man only managed to hit the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The skinny man let out a miserable shriek, revealing a pained expression. The scales on his face turned back into patterns. Whoosh! When the skinny man drew the tyrant's saber, blood spurted out again, and the skinny man cried out miserably. Not daring to turn around, the skinny man plunged downwards, trying to flee this place. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, revealing a suspicious expression. What is that? There is a fiendish demon aura in his body. However, the black scales and the horn on his forehead seemed to have some dragon race bloodline. The person who fled was rather strong, so Xiao Chen did not intend to give chase. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the other strange man fighting the demon blood vulture go. Chapter 1864. Xiao Chen looked at the faintly discernible scaled man flying about in the clouds. After carefully observing for a moment, the azure-colored dragon wings on Xiao Chen's back flapped ferociously. Violent winds blew, rolling up boundless thunderclouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chen appeared in front of the scaled man, blocking his path of retreat. The scaled man was slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chen to suddenly appear and block his path of escape. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Boom! An astonishing power of thunder erupted from his body. The radiance was resplendent, and the water rippled faintly. The resplendent lightning contained a frightening power. Once this kind of monster erupted, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Xiao Chen didn't want to retreat anymore. He didn't want to let this person go. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and drew his purple tyrant saber. Starlight flickered in his eyes. The star venerate will merged with the saber, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated. In that instant, the saber lit up with a resplendent saber light. Aside from the resplendent saber light, there was only black and white in the thunderclouds. With a loud bang, the scaled man was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber. The demon blood vulture cackled strangely. Then it opened its mouth and quickly swallowed this scaled man. Awesome. Who asked you to jump around? You still ended up being eaten by me. The demon blood vulture felt incredibly excited after swallowing up this strange scaled man. Xiao Chen watched this scene in shock. As he looked at the demon blood vulture's raised head, he smacked it hard. Without waiting for the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian turned him into a ring and sealed him up temporarily. What an idiot! Xiao Chen pondered for a long time. This scaled man was indeed strange. He had some low-level dragon bloodline and the aura of a fiendish demon. Unable to think of a reason, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the clouds. At this moment, the sky was already bright. It had already been a night since he left. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay for too long and hurried back to the Marquis's mansion. After asking the little monk, Xiao Chen learned that the soaring dragon Marquis and the others had not come to look for him. It looked like the matter of monarch you would have to end for now. However, during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Marquis's mansion and concentrate on cultivating. It was better to be careful. After setting up a spirit gathering array in the cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the eye of the array. Xiao Chen looked into his body and saw that a demonic cloud seed had formed above his dantian. Blood drop seal. In accordance with the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, Xiao Chen's hands formed a blood drop seal. His heart shattered, and a drop of his heart's blood slowly fell, emitting a strange bloody light. As Xiao Chen's hands landed, his hands continued to move, continuously infusing his soul energy, veritable essence energy, and vital qi into them. This caused the heart blood to shine brilliantly and emit an intense bloody glow. The intensity of the light even seeped out of his body, covering Xiao Chen's body with a layer of bloody light. If an outsider was here, they would be able to tell with a single glance. What Xiao Chen cultivated was definitely not some orthodox cultivation method. This drop of heart blood, which contained Xiao Chen's soul, quintessential essence, and vital qi, landed accurately on the demonic cloud seed. The scarlet light entered it. It instantly vanished, and the black demonic cloud changed color, turning a faint scarlet. The demonic cloud seed formally formed. As Xiao Chen cultivated, this demonic cloud seed turned into a demonic cloud bird, living in Xiao Chen's body. This process was no different from the birth of the true demonic cloud bird during the Great Desolate Aeon. At first, the demonic cloud bird was just a demonic cloud infused with the primal chaos god-demon bloodline. Then, it evolved into the heaven-swallowing demonic cloud bird. However, now the primal chaos god-demon bloodline was Xiao Chen's, which was much weaker. However, Xiao Chen's bloodline was much stronger than the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's. Xiao Chen had the rank 8 blue dragon bloodline in his body. While the power of this bloodline was not unrivaled, it was definitely unparalleled. The demonic cloud seed infused with the heart's blood became even more demonic, like it was nurturing life. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen could vaguely hear a heartbeat. It was exceptionally strong and contained vast life force. Mission accomplished. Xiao Chen's hand seals changed, forming the heaven-swallowing seal to assist in his cultivation. The spirit-gathering formation activated, and the spiritual energy it contained entered the demonic cloud seed at an incredible speed in the span of a breath. After that, the demonic cloud seed breathed and turned into pure, demonic qi, veritable essence energy that flowed into the 9-star primal core. Because Xiao Chen had not cultivated for the past few days, his demonic qi veritable essence energy was at a clear disadvantage. Unable to balance the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy, Xiao Chen could not bring out the Taiji force field. The Taiji Dao emphasized balance. Once the balance was broken, Xiao Chen could not bring out the Taiji force field. After about 7 minutes, the 100 medial grade spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation were drained. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This was the disadvantage of demonic Dao cultivation techniques. The stronger the demonic Dao cultivation technique, the more horrifying its expenditure would be than a righteous Dao cultivation technique. If this continued, who knew when he could successfully cultivate the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art's first layer? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out superior grade spirit jades this time and placed them in the indentations of the formation's nodes. Superior grade spirit jades were exceptionally rare, much more valuable than medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen had only managed to find some in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, but there were not many. There were less than 100,000 superior grade spirit jades, which were exceptionally rare. Normally, Xiao Chen could not bear to use them. However, now that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he had to use them. Time passed quickly, day after day. It had been more than 2 months since Xiao Chen fought with Monarch Yu at the drill ground. In the past 2 months, several Long Clan disciples came to seek an audience. They wanted to befriend Xiao Chen or ask for pointers on saber techniques or archery. However, Xiao Chen refused to meet them. Time was tight. Xiao Chen needed to go to the Divine Dragon Empire soon. How could he waste time on this? However, the little monk jumped out and happily accepted the Long Clan disciples' attentions. Back then, the little monk swept through Monarch Yu's subordinates and suppressed 2 holy venerates, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Several Long Clan disciples also felt admiration for the little monk. Knowing that the little monk was willing to guide them, they all felt excited. Unfortunately, not everyone could be as calm as Xiao Chen, able to calmly face the misfortune attribute of the little monk. While he was practicing with the little monk on the drill ground, All sorts of accidents happened to the disciples of the Long family. In just 7 days, more than half of the Long family's disciples had crippled themselves. No one dared to look for the little monk anymore. The little monk felt bored. He could only lead the demon blood vulture around the Marquis's residence. Those who saw them were afraid, and those who saw them would run. In the Marquis's mansion was really the tyrant. He was even more domineering than the eldest young master of the Marquis Manor. He entertained himself and was quite happy. This caused everyone in the Marquis's residence to suffer unspeakably. They all complained to Long Yen, wanting this little overlord to leave as soon as possible. Long Yen smiled bitterly. It was clearly impossible for him to persuade them to leave. On this day, an old monk arrived at the entrance of the manor. He wore gray monk robes and a kasaya draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows and beard were all white, and he held a magic staff in his hand. When the soaring dragon Marquis heard the news, he led the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence and his heirs out to personally welcome them. Venerable Su Yin, sorry for the wait. When facing this seemingly ordinary old monk, the soaring dragon Marquis used the Buddhist sex etiquette to show respect. May the Lord Buddha bless you. Lord Marquis is too polite. That little disciple of mine did not cause trouble for the Marquis's residence, right? The Venerable Su Yin said with a benevolent smile as he bowed slightly and returned the greeting with one hand. Someone in the Marquis's residence immediately wanted to speak and list the little monk's crimes. However, the soaring dragon Marquis stopped him with a look. He said softly, "The child is a little mischievous. It is not a big deal. Venerable, there is no need to worry." This was an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone that even the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor respected. "Ha ha ha ha. Master, you finally came. I am very happy in this Marquis's residence. I eat well and sleep well. If you had still not come, I would have stayed here for a long time." A berserk scarlet wind blew above, accompanied by cheerful laughter. The little monk rode the demon blood vulture and appeared before everyone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The little monk pushed the demon blood vulture's speed to its limits, kicking up a strong wind that howled endlessly. Clang! The Marquis's residence's signboard on the gates fell off. This startled Long Yen, causing his expression to change drastically. He quickly soared into the air and caught the signboard. The little monk landed on the ground. When he saw this scene, an awkward expression appeared on his face. "Sorry, big brother Long, let me help you hang it up." The little monk quickly walked over and grabbed the Marquis's residence's signboard, wanting to make up for his mistake. Long Yen quickly said, "There's no need. There's really no need. It's fine. It's what I should do." Crack! A huge force pulled the signboard in half, breaking it in the middle. Everyone in the Marquis's residence turned green. Even the soaring dragon Marquis' lips twitched involuntarily. Breaking someone's signboard was no less than killing one's father. The signboard of the Marquis's residence represented the Long clan's reputation for at least 1,000 years. It already involved the clan's luck. To any clan, breaking a signboard was something unbearable. When the demon blood vulture saw this scene, it laughed maniacally in its heart. "Who asked you to torture me all the time? Now you are in for a treat." The little monk felt incredibly embarrassed. The soaring dragon Marquis had not seen his master for a long time. The moment he saw him, he caused quite a bit of trouble. The Venerable Su Yan's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like it cannot be fake. You are really my obedient disciple. If Lord Marquis does not mind, this old monk will write a new signboard for the Marquis's residence to express my apologies." The soaring dragon Marquis immediately rejoiced in his heart, overjoyed. The Venerable Su Yan's cultivation was so high that even the soaring dragon Marquis could not figure it out. If the Venerable Su Yin put some effort into the words he left, they would rival a soul tool. What was even rarer was that the Venerable Su Yin was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation of the Buddhist Dharma was unparalleled in the world. Naturally, the Venerable Su Yin would receive the protection of the Buddhist sect's wishes. This in itself was a kind of blessing. According to rumor, there were several signboards in the royal palace's courtyard. The royal clan had personally asked the esteemed monks of the hidden spirit temple to write them. This was equivalent to receiving the royal treatment. Venerable this way, please. The soaring dragon marquis led the Venerable Su Yin into the marquis's residence. The little monk felt very depressed as he followed on the demon blood vulture. Occasionally, the demon blood vulture would smack the demon blood vulture's head. However, when the Venerable Su Yin thought about the consequences of doing so, he helplessly endured. The Venerable Su Yin was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. When he chatted happily with the soaring dragon marquis, he immediately left behind a calligraphy treasure. The disciples of the Long family who were fortunate enough to be present to observe were all extremely shocked. It was said that every word that Master Su Yin wrote, it was said that with every word the Venerable Su Yin wrote, Buddhist chanting rang out, and a 5-colored treasure light poured out, shocking everyone. After leaving behind the calligraphy treasure, the little monk led the Venerable Su Yin to Xiao Chen's cultivation room. Chapter 1865. In the cultivation room, Xiao Chen had been in seclusion for 2 months. Time was of the essence, and he wanted to make the best use of his time to master the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. In just 2 short months, Xiao Chen had already spent 10,000 of the 100,000 superior grade spirit jades. If it were medial grade spirit jades, the number of medial grade spirit jades would probably reach 10 million. Furthermore, it didn't have such an effect, and the time it took was much longer. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already failed to cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. According to the book, the demon cloud bird tattoo would appear on one's back after successfully cultivating the first stage. Demonic path true essence could transform one's body, physique, soul, and will. However, 2 months of bitter cultivation was not without gains. The demonic cloud above his dantian had already begun to unfurl, and the embryonic form of a cloud had appeared. It was no longer just a black fit. The life force of the scarlet demonic cloud had become even stronger. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Chen could feel his soul was being constantly devoured by the demonic clouds. This demonic cloud seed was probably not as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. There would be many mysteries beyond his imagination. At this time, the demonic nature within Xiao Chen's body suddenly erupted, and the demonic true essence within his body flooded his entire body. Black, demonic light flowed out of his body as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with demonic nature. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had been modified by the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira, he could cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and merge it with the immemorial demon soul formation. The demonic nature in his body had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood vessels. It was inevitable. This was the instinctive reaction of the devil after encountering its natural enemy. At this moment, he was cultivating demonic arts to begin with, so the demonic nature of his body took over at this moment. However, a moment later, the Buddha nature contained in the deepest parts of his organs, limbs, and bones. It turned into a gentle breeze and spread out from his body, dispelling the dominance of the demonic nature over his physical body. All of this happened without Xiao Chen's control. It was all an automatic reaction of his body. Looking at it from this angle, it also proved that Xiao Chen's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had yet to reach the point where he could control them as he pleased. It was like walking on a tightrope above a cliff. It was extremely dangerous. Closing his eyes again, Xiao Chen released his soul power to see what was going on. Within Xiao Chen's perception, everyone in the Marquis's residence was instantly detected by Xiao Chen. Everyone was a flickering dot of light. The flow of quintessence in the bodies of the weaker ones could be clearly seen, clearly imprinted in their minds. As for holy venerables, they were like a ball of burning flames. Unless one used their soul power to sense them, they would not be able to sense them. Otherwise, he would only be able to see this blurry ball of flame. As his soul power swept across, there were 3 flames that were particularly eye-catching. A ball of blazing flames gave off a terrifying aura that rushed into the sky. There was also a faint king's might within it, and a mysterious dragon fate covered it. Xiao Chen could not detect this person at all. Without a doubt, it was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. There was also a clump of flame that was about the same size as the soaring dragon Marquis. However, it seemed lethargic. This should be a hidden, sovereign personage expert of the Marquis's residence. As for the 3rd cluster, it was the karma that caused the demonic aura in Xiao Chen's body to erupt. That was a clump of flame that gave off pure Buddhist might. It was like a lamp, not dazzling or eye-catching. It only slowly burned, and the flames drifted about. Only the flame's heart remained fixed, unchanging since ancient times. It was like the flame in this flame's heart had existed since the world was created, never extinguishing. Beside this flame was a clump of mixed black flames. It looked very mighty and overwhelming with demonic might. However, when one looked carefully, one could see the core of this black flame, the pure flame's heart without any impurities. This was the little monk Yen Chen, who had committed overwhelming sins but had a Buddhist heart and wielded the Buddhist sect's commandment saber. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and roughly understood what was going on. The little monk's master came with him. Not daring to delay, Xiao Chen stopped circulating his energy and walked out of his room. Then he went to the courtyard to personally welcome the little monk. "Big brother, my master is here." The little monk rode on the demon blood vulture and happily led the way, introducing Xiao Chen to him. The venerable Su Yin smiled faintly and said softly, "I have long heard of benefactor Zhao's name. Today I finally get to see it for myself." Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and smiled. "Venerable, you must be joking." "Long heard of it? I just arrived in the central great realm not long ago. It has only been 2 months since I arrived in this soaring Dragon Marquis. Although I caused a commotion, my fame only spread within the soaring Dragon Marquis, far from spreading in the Yanwu dynasty. I am not joking. A monk does not lie. I met benefactor Xiao 17 years ago." The venerable Su Yin smiled mysteriously but did not elaborate. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. 17 years ago was when he first met the Mahesvara Buddha. Could it be that when the Mahesvara Buddha turned around, some mysterious phenomenon happened, allowing this venerable to see me? "Yen Chen, you already told me about your situation. Can this old monk take a look at you?" The venerable Su Yin asked softly to Xiao Chen after he was let in. Xiao Chen glanced at the little monk. When he saw the little monk's innocent expression, he knew that the little monk was worried about him. Something happened to his dual cultivation of righteous and demonic. Hence, Xiao Chen got his master to check on Xiao Chen for him. "That's fine. If I can get some pointers or find some hidden dangers, it will be a gain." Xiao Chen nodded and lowered his guard. Then he said softly, "As you wish." The venerable Su Yin put down his staff, and a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. This was an extremely strong magic skill of the Buddhist sects, the heavenly eye. According to rumor, when the heavenly eye was cultivated to its limits, one could see not only space and time, but also the river of fate, becoming the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the past and the future, knowing the karma of the past and present. Xiao Chen felt speechless. Since the heavenly eye was open, whether he agreed or not, the venerable Su Yin would see everything he wanted to see. The venerable Su Yin gave off a faint Buddhist light, giving off a mysterious energy similar to the one the heavenly book scholar once showed. A beam of golden light shot out of the heavenly eye and encased Xiao Chen. Time and space flickered. The various cultivation techniques that Xiao Qin cultivated in the past and the various hardships that his physical body experienced appeared. However, the Venerable Su Yun's heavenly eye did not check Xiao Qian's soul pool. He only wanted to check if Xiao Qian's body had any hidden dangers and give pointers. The Venerable Su Yun did not want to dig out all of Xiao Qian's secrets. Actually, even if he did not check his soul pool, if Xiao Qin saw the scene in the Venerable Su Yun's eyes, he would still feel shocked and amazed. They would also feel shocked and surprised, no different from being seen through. After a while, the vertical eye on the Venerable Su Yun's forehead slowly closed. "Master, how is it? Is my big brother fine?" The little monk asked out of concern before Xiao Qin could say anything, appearing even more anxious than Xiao Qin. The Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao is doing very well now, even better than this old monk. His life force flourishes boundlessly. His physical body does not have any major problems. All sorts of fortuitous encounters and karma are truly startling. His fate with Buddhism is enviable." The little monk said happily, "That's good. Otherwise, if I leave and we meet again in the future, Big Brother will look completely different. I will not be able to accept that." Xiao Qin found this strange. He asked, "Venerable, I once heard that dual cultivating righteous and demonic Tao is a great taboo in the righteous Tao. This is especially so in the Buddhist sect. It is also a taboo in the demonic Tao. Why is Senior so calm about it?" The Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and asked, "Let me ask you, what epoch is it now?" Naturally, it is the martial epoch. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques and the righteous Tao cultivation techniques look very different, even intensely conflicting. In reality, they are inseparable from the word martial. They come from the same source. Why can't we cultivate them at the same time? This was the first time someone asked Xiao Qin this question, so he did not know how to answer. The Venerable Su Yun said sullenly, "Actually, you already know the answer in your heart. There is no need to hesitate. Be it Buddhist, demonic, or righteous Tao, it does not matter. If you can distinguish your heart, it does not matter." Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. The Venerable Su Yun's words swept away the final doubts and lack of confidence in his heart. This would allow him to be even more determined on this path. Many thanks for Senior's pointers. The Venerable Su Yun looked into the distance as he looked at Xiao Qin. Then he said, "The reason why the righteous Tao and demonic Tao oppose it is easy to explain. The conflict between the two factions is intense. They do not get along like fire and water. After several battles between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao, the two factions became mortal enemies. How can they accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Since you chose this path, the future will be difficult. Please be mentally prepared." Xiao Qian nodded to indicate that he understood. Actually, there is another reason. Why can't the two factions accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Why? Because they are too strong, they are feared by others. There have been many people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao in history. However, they did not walk to the end. In the end, they all made a choice. Otherwise, it would be hard to distinguish their heart, and they could only choose one side. The Venerable Su Yun's tone was calm, but he revealed a startling secret to Xiao Qin. "I know of a total of 3 people. One is the Kasyapa Buddha. Actually, he dual cultivated Buddhism and demonic Tao. However, the moment he became a Buddha, he abandoned his demonic Tao and started the age of Buddhism. The second is a certain dragon race, blood-soaked emperor. However, he eventually fell into the demonic Tao and took another path." This stunned Xiao Qian slightly. He could not hide his expression. This was simply too shocking. Back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor dual cultivated righteous and demonic Tao. However, he did not walk to the end and fell into the demonic Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Qian somewhat understood why the blue dragon bloodline was completely destroyed. The third is the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. He is a Buddhist sect genius, rarely seen in thousands of years. Unfortunately, I found out later that he was the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. However, in the end, he made a different decision. He abandoned the demonic Tao and saved the Buddhist sect, directly leading to the Black Lotus Church's decline.